in the backyard. You want to add anything?
No, the only thing I would add is that it took a long time to remove the bamboo due to various reasons, but number one was the cost. When we first bought the house, I'd also like to add that we previously looked at another home in Hillsdale, on Broadway, right next to the dry cleaners. It was at that time that I had read the article when the Bergen Record was still a newspaper. And when I walked into the backyard of the property when we went to visit on the open house, it was like something clicked. Wow, this is the house like that was in the paper. At that time, estimates for the removal were between $30,000 to $40,000. And we actually did negotiate through the closing of our house a lower price due to the cost of the removal of the bamboo. So we're just relieved that it's finally gone.
Thank you for your testimony, and thank you for your efforts on your property that's approved. Did you get permission from the neighbor to take the bamboo off their property when you did that?
Yeah, our neighbor would text us with pictures when it was coming up and say, hey, can you send your landscaper over? And we would send our landscaper over and pay to have it cut down to make sure that it wasn't growing up in their yard.
Okay, thank you. And no trees came down when you took the bamboo or for the fence or the wall?
Correct. There was no trees. I don't think anything could have grown in there except for bamboo, and I think that's also where raccoons like to hang out, so I'm glad that it's gone.
Okay, thank you. So we're just going to review. You had many pre-existing nonconformities that you're not responsible for on your property. So that would be the pool in the front yard, the fence in the front yard. We also have an ordinance about how open fences have to be. So this fence is a closed fence, and it said you may be putting in another closed fence. Retaining wall, accessory structure, these are all pre-existing nonconformities. Fence height in the front yard. We talked about the openness also on Maple Street, and the retaining wall accessory structure. So generally when an applicant comes in, the board's just going to ask you questions to see if it's possible to bring some of those pre-existing nonconformities possibly into conformity. So that may be some of the questions that you hear tonight. Okay, Chris, do you want to comment now that you have, did you get the calculations that you need, or is there still a question about the height?
For the applicant's edification as well as the board, any retaining walls over 4 foot in height and over, including the buried blocks as well, requires a construction permit at the construction department.
Right.
It's considered a structural wall. So I don't know, many contractors will say, oh, you don't need a permit. Well, it isn't up to the contractor to get the permit. It's up for the homeowner to get the permit. So I'm not sure what transpired with the construction department over here. I don't know what happened. But again, any retaining walls is anybody's edification. Over 4 foot height, including the buried block as well, has to get a construction permit for it. That's the first thing. Regarding the bamboo, because I've had lots of experience with bamboo, the way to kill bamboo is you cut it, you coat it with full strength Roundup right out of the can, and right where you cut it, and that's how you kill Roundup. Now, your landscaper has to have a license to use Roundup. You just can't have anybody go over there just putting Roundup all over the place. So that's how you can kill bamboo. It works.
We also have a bamboo ordinance in town, which a lot of people don't know.
This sounds like this is some old pre-existing bamboo.
Yeah, it's pre-existing. It's not their responsibility.
Yeah, it's all over the place in New Jersey. So it's every place nowadays. So that's that. The other problem here is, if the survey is correct that Paparazzi did, it appears that the wall is on municipal property in a public right-of-way. If that's the case, the applicant's got to go to the mayor and council for a license for that. Because in 5 years, when you sell a house, the wall falls over, the new homeowner's going to call the mayor up and say, your wall just fell over in the right-of-way, would you fix it for me? Because I've heard that before. So to make sure that doesn't happen, you get a license that says the homeowner, in succession of title, will be responsible for the wall. So
Did you just realize that now, Chris, because that wasn't in your report?
It's on the survey. I just
Okay.
realized, yeah. The survey, that's fine. So there's just a couple things. I think I highlighted the required variances, which I think the chairwoman went over already for you. The height in the front yard, you're not permissible. 4 foot's allowed where 6 foot is proposed. The fence is also on top of the wall, which makes it even,
Higher?
we think it looks almost as high as 9 feet. You know, well, depending upon how high that wall's with the cap. I'm not really sure. It has to be open, 50% open. This wall, this fence is proposed is solid. And then the wall has to have a setback. It's height from the property line normally, from the side yard. Okay, here it appears to be, it's 2 feet east. It looks like, judging by the fences, I'm not sure where the property line is on this survey he did here, because he doesn't really show the property line, does he? It looks like the wall is exactly on the property line, actually. So, the reason the ordinance was written that the wall be set back from the property line
Chris,
originally
not
was...
to interrupt you, so before you said you thought that the retaining wall might be on municipal property, now you,
It is, well, yeah, the right-of-way out front.
oh, okay,
Yes, it is.
okay, okay,
Thank you, Mr. Bergen.
all right.
It also is, it's also built on the property line where it's supposed to be set back its height. The reason we do that with retaining walls is that if the wall's got to be repaired, you don't have to trespass on your neighbor's property to go in and work on the wall. If it's set back, then you can actually work on your own wall on your own property. So that's why the ordinance was written 20 or so many years ago for that reason. So that's another variance. So they require 3 new variances for the fence and the wall.
As well as maybe municipal permission, correct?
They'll need a license from the town, yes.
We're going to move the wall back on Maple to the property line because we didn't realize that it was on municipal property when it was built. We got the new survey after the wall was built. We thought that it was in an appropriate place because we were replacing a pre-existing wall, so we just said, okay, just put it where the wall is that's already there. But since we got the survey and then it stopped work, when we're not going to try to get a license. We'll just move that part on Maple back.
Okay.
That's fine. Thank you. Okay, so, do you have any other questions? Okay, so we're going to turn over to the board for questions. We'll start with Mr. Greep.
How much of this work has already been done, if any?
The retaining wall is almost completely constructed. The only thing that needed to be done was put the cap on the wall.
Put the cap on there.
Yes. And I think there are pictures in the packet that show the length of the wall, which was already constructed. The fence is not up. We have a very nice green mesh sort of temporary situation
Yeah,
happening.
I'm going to show you, and this is part of your packet,
Yeah,
at page 5.
yes,
Looks like a before and after.
yes,
And you used to have a wood fence. and
Correct.
I guess that's some of the bamboo sticking out on the bottom.
yes it is.
The pesky bamboo. And is that how it looks currently on the right?
Yes. That's correct.
All right, so the retaining wall, so your property in the back slopes down. to
Correct.
Okay, so the purpose of the wall is to level it out.
Yes.
And the fence is going to go on top of that wall.
Correct. And if you see in the picture on the before, the fence was already at the height of the pool patio. So the height is actually the same as it was previously. It's just now there's a wall there instead of bamboo.
Okay, and the old fence was at 6 foot?
Yes, it was.
And the new fence is gonna be 6 foot?
Yes. Correct.
Is it the new fence gonna be vinyl or wood?
It's vinyl, and there's a picture in the packet of the new proposed fence as well. It looks like this.
Okay. And it has like a little lattice feature on the top?
Yes.
Yeah. Okay, so- And in this survey that has the blue and red lines, the fence, is there gonna be a fence along Maple?
Yes, there will be a fence along Maple, proposed to be a 6-foot closed vinyl fence, the same with the lattice at the top.
Is there-
And again, in that spot is the same as, there is a pre-existing fence that's actually partially still standing, that's the 6-foot-high wood stockade fence.
So right along the street, pretty close to the property line, there's already a fence there?
Correct.
Okay, and in the front, where it's depicted that there'll be fence, is there fence there as well?
Yes.
Okay. Is there any fence being added that is where there is not currently fence already located?
No.
Are you changing any of the fence height?
The fence in the front along Colonial Boulevard, the smaller section, is originally 4 feet, and we're proposing to put 6 feet, because the fence that we want doesn't come in 4 feet. But the only other thing I'd mention is that The fence is changing location along the back of the property to the extent that along the dotted line, which is where the pool patio is, that the fence used to be right next to the patio, and we're proposing to move it back so that we can gain some square footage in our yard by our pool.
The fence would be moved back because that's why we removed the bamboo, so we can add more to our property, more space.
Now, and this is partially aimed at Chris. Chris, you said that the retaining wall, however tall it is, it needs to be that far back from the property line.
The exposed, yes, the exposed space.
Are they compliant with that as it's currently
No, it's right
constructed?
on the property line.
It's right on the property line. And you're saying it should be 3 feet off?
Whatever its height is, yes.
All right. And the person who originally or persons who originally put the retaining wall in did not tell you that you needed to get a permit?
No, they told us we specifically didn't need a permit because it's less than 3 feet high, so we trusted that that was correct.
And how far in the process were you when you learned that you needed a permit?
As it stands now, we received an email from the town telling us to stop work, and we stopped work as soon as we got that email. And the wall, as it appears in the pictures, is the amount of doneness it was when we received that notice.
Okay. Those are all the questions I have for now.
Let me just interject something, too. You don't have a construction permit for the wall, right?
No.
Okay. You're gonna you may have to dig out all the soil behind the wall and put in a grid behind the wall to support the wall every other course.
They put in, I know they put in drainage in the wall and gravel. They put a pipe with the holes to.
That's not what I'm talking about. There's a grid system that goes in that's locked into the blocks, so that keeps the wall from rotating and failing. Yes, we've done many walls.
Yeah, no.
So the construction department, when they see the wall, they may require you, I don't know what they're gonna do, to dig out the entire back of the wall, put in the clips and build the grid up, et cetera. Okay, it's usually every other course is what the grid's required. It keeps the wall supported, because the block by itself looks okay, but it can actually rotate. So I'm just telling you that, it's a possibility. Anyway, sorry to interrupt the board. Get to the questions.
Mr. Hip?
The only question I had, but going back over Chris's letter, was that because it's a corner lot, both property lines or both frontages are front yards.
Correct.
And there's no opportunity to name a side yard that's not allowed.
No.
Okay. I think that's the only question I had.
And the two streets we're on are both very busy, so we get, I mean, I'm sure we're over in Hillsdale, but the amount of dogs and people that walk by our property on a daily basis is a lot.
Is that the primary reason why it's so high?
Yeah.
Well, part of it is the fence was already 6 feet along the side street in the back. And, with it being open like it was for a good part of the summer, I mean, it's almost inviting with a pool there, someone to take the opportunity to hop over a fence and jump in a pool, because the traffic is a lot that walks past there, especially kids at night, and, it's inviting.
Okay.
Can I
And
ask
it's
one-
also privacy.
Can I ask one more question? And this is
Yes.
more for the board and
Yes.
for Chris. We said these are pre-existing nonconformities, and to me, it feels like they're bringing them, they're not changing them, and they're not making them worse. Do we still have to consider them as new changes? Are they?
Well, you can repair a fence up to a certain percentage of it. Once you take it out, that's like, it's abandoned.
Okay.
It's abandoned, yeah.
All right.
And also, you might want to get a permit before you do it, too.
We were at the point where we were past repair. It was collapsing. That's why we're.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Alter?
What material is the wall made out of?
It's vinyl.
Oh, no, that the
The
fence.
wall.
The wall.
Oh, the wall. That is,
The concrete?
yeah, it's,
Paver block?
block.
Block.
And you're proposing you're gonna move it back?
On the maple side of our property, where it's past our property line, we want to move it back to the property line. but we'd like to leave the existing wall that's along the back of our property as it's built now.
Okay. I actually visited the property yesterday, and my biggest concern was the line of sight at the corner. If you're making a turn, if you have a 6-foot fence coming down the side, but you seem to have left that part, the front part of the property between Maple and Colonial without a fence. Is that correct? So you're not going to encroach on that area with the fence?
Correct, yeah, and in one of the submissions that I had included pictures to show the front of the property from the corner, to show how far the fence is set back into our property, and it doesn't encroach on the corner or obstruct visibility at all. We're not planning on changing that at all.
Okay. All right. No question.
Thank you, Mr. Reardon.
I'm happy that you guys are agreeing to move the retaining wall on Maple Ave back onto your property. But with that move, I'm also seeing those mature spruce trees that you have there and be worried that you would be compromising their root system, being that spruces are quite mature and they look like they're definitely, it looks like you left a stalk of bamboo left there. Are you considering removing those after doing all this work? I would just see you
No.
in a windstorm, they're exposed. They're probably going to tip over if they're tap roots.
We're not planning on removing those trees. I can't even imagine what that would entail. They're gigantic.
They are.
But, you know, I think that knowing that we have to move the wall back onto the property, originally we wanted to have the retaining wall stretch the entire length of the fencing, because that's what had been there previously. But I think that they really just need an anchor around the corner. So I think if it turns out that the wall is going to negatively impact the tree root system, then we just won't extend the wall that far. And that's something we just can't know until we.
And like I said, I'm happy you're agreeing to move that. I think that's a big portion of this board's worry. On page 6 of your photos, it looks like I'm seeing a existing beyond your deck and past the trampoline. Looks like there's like a 3 to 4 foot high stockade vinyl fence. Is that
No, that's not,
Wait,
which one are you
I'm
referring
sorry,
to?
which,
page 6?
oh, is it this picture here?
No, page 6.
Right, this right here?
Yeah, well,
That's-
beyond the trampoline, other side.
No,
Right there?
that's not
that-
vinyl.
That's our wood stockade fence,
That's what, and the current height of that was, I'm sorry?
4 feet.
That is 4 feet, okay. And then where did it turn to 6 feet? On the frontage?
It's 6 feet along Maple, along the back, and then all the way in the back as well.
All right, Chris,
Behind our fence.
quick question for you, Chris.
Behind our house.
With our regulations, they wouldn't be able to, technically, it's all front yard until you get to the face of the house, in the side yard, in the front yard? The code says you can't jump
Yeah.
up, so
Yeah.
more or less, the entire length of the pool would still have to be down to 4 feet, okay. Just one last thing. The existing, I'm sorry, back to page 5, where Mr. Griep was talking about with your green construction fence and the
Yes.
before photo. That wood fence, typically the neighbor gets the pretty side of the fence in layman's terms. I know it wasn't the pretty side when you owned it. That was always a fence that was on your property, wasn't the neighbor?
The wood stockade fence
Mm-hmm.
was our fence, and it was put in along the backside backwards.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. And the white vinyl fence in the after photo, that's your neighbor's fence?
Correct.
Do you know the distance between the face of your retaining wall and their vinyl fence? Because it's going to create a weird alleyway that's going to overgrow.
I don't know the exact,
distance?
I didn't measure it.
The gap, I think I think it would be, you could use the survey because
It's preluding to your saying that, you know, it should be set off the property line because you're going to have an unmaintained area. That's all I'm just worried about, because.
We're going to open it up to the public for the gentleman that wants to. We're going to have a time for you to ask questions.
All right, so that's all my questions.
Thank you. Janetta?
No questions for me.
Okay, Dan Friedman?
Yeah. Questions. Do you know when approximately the original fence was built and the pool?
A long time ago.
Around 30 years ago.
30 years ago? Okay. And the pool too, or?
Correct.
You were here, Chris. Do you remember this?
I checked, I couldn't find the pool pad in the office. Thank you.
But we did just get the liner redone, and when they looked underneath, they were like, this pool's been here for a long time.
Okay.
There was, pretty much the whole house was updated around the same time, including the interior, central air, kitchen, bathroom. They did a whole
90s.
thing, yeah. Late 90s.
Okay. I see on this survey here, you have a 4-foot-high section facing the garage. I was just wondering why that was.
That's where our pool equipment is, and so we wanted to have it open there. We're hoping at some point to move the frame garage that's put there and move a garage to that area. And in case our pool equipment, obviously that's something for down the line, but we didn't want to put the nice fencing in when we're thinking of potentially building there at some point in the future.
Okay. So that red section there is what you're calling a temporary section, that's why.
Yeah, it's going to be, I think, chain link. Just, it's cheaper, and then when we have to take it out, it doesn't hurt as much that we spent that much. The fence we want is quite pricey, so.
I would also add that we want to move the pool equipment, and previously we couldn't do that because that is on concrete, the pool equipment, which was preventing the bamboo from coming through the pipes and things like that.
Okay. And then I see that facing Colonial, you have the fence on the outside of the retaining wall there. So in essence, so you have a 6-foot-high fence and then the retaining wall behind it. So from the pool side, in essence, you have about a 4-foot, if that retaining wall is 2 feet tall.
I'm sorry, I'm not understanding. Are you talking about the fence along the front of our property here?
Yeah, facing Colonial.
And then there's, because of the hill on Maple, our property has like levels. So the front yard is a certain height, and then there's the fence, and then there's stairs that go down and a retaining wall
No,
on the
yeah,
inside of the
yeah.
property, and then the pool patio.
Yeah. I'm just commenting that, so it's 6 foot from the Colonial side, but from the pool surface, it would be stepped up to 4 feet or something.
Yes.
Yep. Okay. No other questions?
Okay, thank you. Mayor Scheinfeld.
Yeah, this is actually first for Chris. In building fence that's going to have 0% visibility through it, what is that going to do to the sight lines, or is it going to impact it at all for cars that are approaching the corner one way or the other?
Well, Colonial Boulevard, I believe, doesn't have a stop sign. It's just a
It does on Maple, though, I think, right?
Maple's got a stop sign.
Right.
So Maple Avenue, as you approach Colonial, it shouldn't be a problem, because you're actually beyond.
You're further away from that.
Even the opposite direction, same thing, doesn't affect.
Okay. Is it, and I'm trying to get a sense for is it aesthetics that you don't want to have the 50% requirement?
It's privacy and a safety concern as well. Like I said, we have 2 small children. We have a small dog. He barks at everything he can see. So we want a closed fence for our own privacy, for our family, so that we can enjoy our property without every single person that walks their dog by our property looking in on us. And also, as my husband mentioned, the safety concern of the pool being visible. Get a lot of young kids at night walking by. We don't want to have it be visible. And we do want to replace it with, we've already had a closed 6-foot-high fence, so we'd like to replace it with a closed 6-foot-high fence as well.
Chris, I know we obviously just put that ordinance in about the 50% in the last year. Have we had anybody ask for, I hadn't seen anybody come before us to ask for relief from that in the form of a variance, right?
No.
Okay.
Were you aware of the 50% requirement for the fence?
Not until we did the variance application.
Okay,
Okay, I have no more questions.
okay. We're gonna,
I just have a couple questions, yeah.
Sure.
Just because you are asking for a couple variants, so I'm just going to ask a couple questions to kind of lead us down the road of, getting to the variance proofs that you need to have. So you talked about the safety of your property. How far away from, I guess, the property line and the fence is the pool? Because you're saying people can kind of just walk by and see the pool. Kind of, what is the distance between those, if you can approximate?
From the street itself, or
From the street.
from the street to, say, the edge of the pool, 40 feet maybe?
Okay.
I'm guessing.
And
I don't know.
in the pictures, we did an aerial view, and you could see the pool versus sort of the property line there as well.
Okay, and do you perceive any, I mean, I know you want this, you want your fence, but can you perceive any detriment to your neighbor either behind you or the neighbors kind of in the surrounding area?
No.
And this fence, as you kind of previously testified to, there was a 6-foot fence there that was fully enclosed, and now your goal is to just basically replace what had already existed before.
That's correct.
Yes,
Okay.
and with something much nicer to look at
And
than
no
what was there,
bamboo.
than what was there before, yeah. And I think the reason we don't view it as being detrimental to any neighbors is because it is replacing it with something that was already there and has been there for probably 30 years. So it wasn't detrimental before. We think it's a substantial improvement on what was there.
Okay, thank you. At this time, I'm going to open the meeting to the public. If there's anyone from the public that has questions about this application, now would be the time to come forward. And just, you can come up to the mic right here.
May I sit?
You want to bring your chair up? Or we could help you bring your chair up if you want. No, you can stay in case we need you to respond to a question. Thank you for your help. Thank you. Can you reach that mic okay?
Take it off the stand.
Thank you for your help. So we're just going to first ask your name and your address so that we have that for our record.
William Forenza, 53 Beach Street. I'm directly behind their property.
Okay.
We share 100.
Hold on
One
one
moment.
second. Can you just raise your right hand?
Oh, sure.
Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, absolutely.
Thank you.
So we share a 100-foot boundary line between our properties. So the white vinyl fence you see in most of those photos on my property.
I'm just going to stop you for one moment. There will be a time where you can give your opinion about the application. Right now, you have to ask a question about something that you heard.
Okay.
So if you can phrase whatever you want to say in the form of a question.
So I have a few questions for the engineer. You had mentioned that the construction permit goes underneath as well. You said if there's block under the ground. How do they determine that? Somebody's going to come out and have to, dig it up? Because there's certainly block under the ground.
Probably. I mean, that maybe, it's up to the construction department. I don't know what they're gonna do. They may require them to expose the entire wall.
May I ask a question of them?
Yes.
Was the contractor from Hillsdale or from out of town?
Excuse me, sir. I'm not sure. What's kind of the goal of these questions? Because they're going to have to comply with the construction code in terms of
Well, I'm wondering, I believe from what I understood, they left it up to the contractor to deal with no permits or not find out the rules. So I'm thinking if they're from out of town, maybe they're not familiar with Hillsdale rules.
Okay, I mean, you can ask the question. I'm just not sure what the relevance of that necessarily is.
That's what I'm
But
saying.
sure, you can ask the
Were they
question.
local contractors that work around here who know our rules, or are they from out of town that maybe don't know our rules? Because it seems like the retaining wall was built without any permission or any guidance from the town, and now it's done wrong. They're basically asking us to to kind of give them permission to leave it wrong.
Well, so the variance that's before us is the setback of the retaining wall. Whether or not there's construction violations or they don't have a permit is not within the purview of this board. We can grant the variance if that's the pleasure of the board for the setbacks for the wall, for the height of the fence, but any construction issues, they have to comply with the construction department and get a permit. So
So for the gentleman's question, currently from the end of the property to there, there's only 12 inches of space currently. Then another area, there's 2 feet of space between.
can you please phrase this in the form of a question, because it's kind of straying into testimony right now.
Well, the gentleman asked if anybody knew the distance from the retaining wall to the property line.
Do you know the distance? It's 0 foot, correct? It's on the property line, the retaining wall?
The retaining wall is on the property line, yes.
And it has to be set back 3 feet from the property line, right?
Yes.
Okay.
That's the requirement, yes.
And then my question is, everybody keeps discussing the previous 6-foot fence that was there. If that was put up illegally without permits, why are we referring to that height for the new fence? If something was done wrong, why are we allowing it to be done wrong again?
Well, we haven't allowed them to do anything yet.
No, I'm just
That's why
saying.
they're here.
That's
No, everybody
that's what
keeps saying-
the board has to decide that. If there's a hardship and there's a need, that's something the board can consider, but that's something that has to be proven.
And I think also the ordinance has changed since then. So it was 30 years ago that it was put in, and things have changed since then. So it probably was permitted back then, and now the rules are different.
So I've been here 23 years, the fence was put in during my time, so the fence was put in.
Excuse me, sir, just
We're gonna
questions right now.
You will have a time that you can share how you feel about the application. And we definitely want to hear from neighbors. That's always important to
All right,
us.
so my question is, if they're concerned about safety, why has the property been open for the last 6 months?
Has your property been open for the last 6 months?
No, we have the fencing up. That's the temporary fencing that you can see in the pictures that I've submitted.
I have pictures on my phone I could show as well. It's totally
Okay.
open. Also, if they're concerned about safety, they have a current deck with no.
That's a
gate.
statement, sir, so if you can just wait, we can, unless you're asking a question, we
If
can't
they're
hear that
concerned
now.
about child safety, they currently have a gate next to the pool, 3 feet away from the gate, that has
So-
no gate. That no
That's
has
not
no.
a question. Can you ask them a question?
If they're concerned about safety, why is there a gate 3 feet from the pool with no latch?
There is a latch on the gate that goes to the deck. It's actually a very heavy wooden gate that has a latch that clicks into place.
Was this deck put up with a permit?
Sir, if you're going to, the question, I mean, they can answer the question about the latch, but again, it's like the question with the retaining wall and the permits and, all of that. Whether or not that fence or gate needs a latch is, again, not something that this board is reviewing. That's a construction code issue, not before this board today.
Well, we brought up safety, and what I'm trying to get at is they put up a deck without a permit.
We can hear your concern a little bit later, like pretty soon in the evening. If you have a concern to voice, we can hear that pretty soon.
Let me see if I have questions for the engineer.
Do you have any other questions?
Is there a reason why you park your pickup truck on the front grass?
No comment.
Does the environmental person have any issue with a truck being parked on the front grass, leaking oil into grass?
The board the board members don't have to answer that question. If you have questions for the applicant about the application that they've presented this evening,
And
you're more than welcome to ask
You
them.
can also contact the town if you have a concern about a condition on your neighbor's property, because that's not in the jurisdiction of our hearing.
I'll set back my time for later.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for your time. Board, do you have any other questions?
Is there anyone else from the
Oh,
public?
he's helping, I think. Is there anyone else from the public that has a question about this application? Okay.
Close that portion, yeah, for the public questions.
Yes, so I'll close at this time for public questions. Board, do you have any other questions or thoughts this time?
Are you guys opposed to a 50% open fence with plantings, which a lot of community members end up doing for privacy purposes? If you're worried about privacy, that would be the solution to privacy with an open fence.
In which area of the fence you're talking about?
I
Or
would-
referring to, I'm sorry.
I would focus heavily on the Maple Ave side frontage, where in a front yard,
So
that's
the
where.
side street you're talking Maple Ave, or?
It's your front yard also.
Yes, yeah. I think we would be opposed to an open fence. I think that it would be a privacy issue for us in our backyard. I understand what you're saying about planting things. Say, we just got rid of the bamboo. I don't really want to have to maintain more greenery. It's a greater expense. It's more landscaping costs on an ongoing basis. And, we've spent a good amount of money on getting rid of the bamboo, and we want to put in a very nice fence that's aesthetically pleasing, and we don't really want to have to contend with with planting new greenery on that side if we don't have to.
I would just add that the greenery on the pool side will, is not really the look we were going for when we started this project.
Are you talking about like the new gain planting bed you have along the patio where the fence will go along that white fence? Is that where?
No, I'm just talking about the whole project itself.
Okay, but I'm saying you have a new planting bed here.
Yeah, we want to put like a turf down there so that we can use it with the property. We don't really want to plant things there that would then just go into the pool. So we're trying to make it a usable square footage for our kids to be able to enjoy back there.
Before you, Chris, is turf considered impervious in this town? Turf?
I think it is, right? Turf is impervious.
It's considered impervious if it's got stone in it.
Just keep that in mind if you do so. That's all I'm putting
Thank
out
you.
there. Yeah, that's,
Yeah.
don't put something on the record where you're incriminating yourself for going over impervious, that's all. All right, your simple answer is no, you really want to have a solid fence.
Yes, we really want to have a solid
Fair,
fence.
it is your entitlement, that's all I just wanted to hear.
But it is a variance, so it's
Yes,
the board has to consider hardship versus preference. So just keep that in mind. That's why we're asking you to try to meet the ordinance now,
Just
because the board can deny it as well.
In
Yes,
that-
go ahead, sorry.
in that same vein, would you be amenable to a 4-foot fence, given that you have the retaining wall height that adds, and you don't have the 50% opening, but you have a 4-foot high fence on top of a almost 3-foot high retaining wall? Is that a variance you could address?
I understand preference doesn't matter. I mean, we obviously would prefer the higher fence. It was what has been there, and it does give us a substantial amount of privacy. If we have a 4-foot fence, which that green fence that we have up now is 4 feet high, and I could tell you, we're both tall. We walk by it, you see us, everybody sees us, our heads are popping out from over top. People are walking by, they're looking in. And, it's more easily scalable if a kid wants to jump the fence to go into the pool. 6-foot fence, I think, is much safer to give us that protection in the backyard there. Obviously, we've asked for the variance for the 6-foot closed fence because we think that it's not only our preference, but also important for the privacy of our family to enjoy our backyard and also for safety purposes. And again, is replacing something that's the same height and same amount of closeness as was previously existing and had been existing for 30 years.
Just keep in mind that if the board decides there's not a hardship, you may not be able to do any of it. So just please take the board's advisement. Usually applicants take our advisement pretty seriously and try to meet us with something, if possible.
Yeah, and I think we're required to have it minimally at least the 4 feet because
Yes.
of the pool. So, and if we took the retaining wall down, because you're saying that adds the height, would actually cause the fence to be lower than 4 feet around the perimeter of the pool, because the perimeter of the pool is that height already.
I would just add that, for what it's worth, when I've gone along Maple Ave walking my dog, after Friday or Saturday night, there's empty bottles of alcohol and whatnot, and especially this summer with the work that was done, and we stopped the work when we were instructed to by the town. It was very awkward just to sit in the backyard at night due to the foot traffic and everyone now having the visibility to look into our yard.
Okay, board, any other comments? Janetta?
I have a question on Chris Tachill's report, and you see proposed variance number 1, where it says, that's page 3.
No, your mic is not on.
It's not on. It is on. Oh, is that good? I guess this question's for Chris. Chris, I just want clarity, because I just want to make sure I understand. I understand the 6-foot versus the 4-foot, but are you saying that if a 6-foot gets put in, it will actually be 9 feet because it's on top of the retaining wall? So then, why wouldn't someone just put in, I don't know, a 4-foot, and then it'll be 4 plus whatever the retaining wall is? Doesn't that make it lower?
Yes, that was the same question Mr. Reardon just asked, yes.
Right, okay.
I think they're claiming because there's a 6-foot now, they would like what they have. That's what the applicant said.
I think
But it
also,
won't be 6 feet, it'll be
Right.
taller.
Right.
I think also it's important to note that our property in the back there, the entire property where the pool is that height. So I know you're saying that because it's on the wall, it's higher, but our entire property that back there is that grade already. So we're not putting it higher than the grade of our land that's in the backyard.
I would put it like this. The wall was installed because the bamboo was removed, but that wall is still below the height of the pool. So once that fence is in, it will be at the same height where it starts at the base of the fence, where the previous base of the other fence was. The wall was installed because it was just empty land there. We had to backfill with dirt. And once the stone was removed, the wall was in, we backfilled with dirt. So the wall now just brings it up to the same height as the patio itself. And then the fence starts from the patio floor, 6 feet. Which would bring it to the same as it was last year and the last 25 years.
Okay, I got that.
It's kind of hard to describe without being there.
Thank you.
Yeah,
Thank you.
thank you.
Okay. Is there any other testimony you'd like to share, or you complete your testimony at this time?
I just wanted to, in the new pictures that I provided, I just think is a helpful reference on page 5 of those pictures. You can see the patio of the pool, and the fence would be at the same height as the entire length of our backyard. So it's not, I understand it's inside the retaining wall, but it's at the same height as our entire property line in our backyard. So we're not really asking for a 9-foot fence, we're asking for a 6-foot fence at the height of our backyard. And because Maple slopes down, it does have the retaining wall to keep the property level and to ensure that there's nothing erodes from underneath the pool. But
Can I-
it's,
Go ahead. Can I ask a question that is, and this is for Chris. Backyard fence, what's the height requirement for that?
6 foot.
So the fence along your backyard, the picture that you were showing us along the stretch that goes away from where you're taking the picture, that can be 6 foot. Okay, we're talking about the front yard on your side street, that fence. Again, would you be amenable to that being 4 foot enclosed?
so we would have 6 foot high, and then it would drop 2 feet for that section of the fence that's exposed to the public? I don't,
That's my question.
okay. I mean, I don't think that would give us the privacy or the safety that we're looking for, and obviously aesthetically, I think it would be not good for for Hillsdale to have this weird fence at different heights, just in terms of the looking at the property as well. I think if we were gonna have to do a 4-foot fence, we would probably do a 4-foot fence all around, because.
That's something we would really have to revisit when we cross that bridge, you know?
I understand. I understand.
Stephen, did you want to say something?
So I'm just looking at some of the photos of the current fence on property. It was this page. It's not numbered. It wasn't part of the other packet I was referring to.
Yeah.
Did you guys happen to grade out from the pool deck to the new retaining wall to flatten it out, or did it drop off? Because it's hard to see. I could see the original fence, but then did it slope down to your neighbor's white fence prior?
You mean
Yes.
between the two fences?
Yes.
It would have sloped down, but it was filled with bamboo and those giant boulders in the picture I showed you guys, so you couldn't really tell what was underneath there.
So that's new retaining wall area, quote unquote, the rubble boulders were there as some sort of retaining, correct?
Correct.
Okay.
And I would just say that when,
So you leveled out the yard in the rear to get to that new retaining wall, okay. And it's not on deaf ears that I see in this photo that the adjacent neighbor has a 6-foot-high solid fence on the front yard as well, that white
Correct.
vinyl fence.
And Chris, I just have a quick, I guess we could clarify for the record as well, and I think it might help the board. Obviously they have, kind of continuous front yard, but like we just mentioned, if it was along the rear of the property in their backyard, it could be 6 feet. What's the permissible height of a fence in a side yard?
Well, behind the house would be 6 feet.
Yeah,
Up to the
6
front
feet,
wall.
up to the front wall of the house. Okay, I think that might help the situation a little bit here.
Okay, thank you. Okay, at this time, I'll open the meeting to the public, and this would be for public comment on the application. So, Mr. Forenza, this would be the time if you'd like to comment for 3 minutes or less on this application. Do you need the chair? We can, just wait till you get to the mic, please.
And, sir, I would just remind you that you're still, you know, the oath that you took before, you're still under oath in
Yes.
terms of this testimony you're about to give.
So just to clarify your question, the rear property, what they're trying to do is start at a 3-foot height, go 6 feet. So the rear of their property is going to be 9 feet. It's not going to be 6 feet. It's 9 feet off the grade. So
Can you
from-
explain your concern about that as a neighbor?
My property slopes down. So first of all, on my deck, I'm looking at a 9-foot vinyl wall, basically. And then if I'm standing in my property, it's actually a perception of about 11 feet when I'm looking up. I'm really concerned about my future possible resale value. If somebody's going to walk in, they come to Hillsdale, they want to see greenery. I had, for 23 years, I had green. I had, of course, it was bamboo, but it was green. I had complete privacy. Now, for 6 months, I've had nothing, and now they're proposing to put basically a vinyl wall in my property, next to my property.
Okay. Is that your full statement, or you're thinking
No,
about
I-
some other things? Okay. Can you spell your last name for us as
Sure,
well?
it's Forenza.
Thank you so much.
So, my question is, I had asked the folks just these same questions you had asked. What if you just did a 4-foot fence and put bushes in front of it? I'd be happy. The board, you would need the board. They refused my request. So if you notice, everything you ask, they say no to. Now, again, I had lots of property maintenance issues with this property. I don't know.
That would
like I
be
said-
for the town. That would be to let the town know if there's property maintenance
Oh,
issues.
I guess the biggest thing for me as well, if we allow this 6-foot on top of 3-foot retaining wall, now you're basically saying to the whole town, anybody can go 9 feet high now.
Well, that's not true, because we have to hear every application as a case-by-case basis, so that wouldn't be
But
that
if-
statement. But I understand your perception.
Would
but
it be
that's-
setting a precedent? They'll say,
No,
oh,
it would
look at
not be
this.
setting a precedent. We have ordinances.
No, sir, it doesn't set a precedent. You know, legally, every application stands and falls on its own merits.
I guess that's it, folks.
Okay.
Thank you for your time.
Thank you for your
If anybody has any
testimony.
questions, I've been here for 23 years with this property, so I know a lot more. As I said, a lot of the stuff that's been said about the previous fence, it wasn't 30 years old. It was only about 15 years old. And it was falling down because it was covered in ivy and completely rotted from the ivy.
Okay, I'll ask the board if they have any questions for you. Board, any questions? No. Okay, thank you. Okay, do you want to sum up where we are? Okay, does anyone else from the public want to make a statement about this application? Seeing none, I'll close the meeting to the public. Okay, so do you want to sum up where we are with the variances?
Yeah, sure. So, and Chris, correct me if I'm misspeaking on the variances. And so, because we're going to keep the fence, it would be, I guess it's 6 foot proposed versus 4 feet allowed, but I guess along the rear, along the retaining wall, it's going to go up to about 9 feet.
Yeah, but that's something the board has, that's how a fence would necessarily be measured. I mean, on one side, it would be 6 foot, on the other side, it'd be 9 foot, so, we don't consider that in terms of the actual height of the fence.
So it's just the 6 feet?
6 feet, yeah.
Got it. Okay, and then the openness of the fence is going to be 0% open proposed versus a 50% required. And then the retaining wall, you indicated you're going to move it back along Maple so that it is consistently across your property line, but that you'll have a 0-foot setback where about 3 feet is required.
Shouldn't it be 3 feet back from the?
Yeah, so it should be 3 feet back, but they're proposing 0 because it's going to be along the property line. But because it's approximately 3 feet tall, it would have to be set back approximately 3 feet.
And can you, if the board was to deny this application, I want to make sure the applicant understands what they would then have to do.
Well, so if the application was denied, then the retaining wall, would not be permitted to be along your property line. So it would have to be, that would be an issue in terms of this application, because you're asking for it to be on the property line, but we would, if that was the board's decision to deny it, it would not be permitted to be in that location.
Yes.
Do we vote on each individual variance, or as the application as a whole?
We have to decide if we can also ask them to reconsider again, but we would go through the variances and then we would agree as a whole, correct? We vote as a whole.
Can I ask a question about this process? If there's an inclination of the board to not approve any one of the variances, but to amend or alter it to something else, will you guys indicate that?
Well, we're trying to give you hints of that. That's what we've been trying to work with you a bit. I think you could see some of the board members feel strongly about possibilities to give you some of what you want and also consider the neighbor's point of view and our ordinances. So if you would like, and the board can offer some suggestions to you if you'd like to hear them again.
I don't want to speak for the board, but you guys might want to take a couple minutes to talk amongst yourselves. That I feel strongly that the board will be okay with the retaining wall changes as said, with a solid 4-foot fence above that. From the inclination and the comments I've received.
I don't know about that. I mean, I actually walked the property, and I agree with their hardship on the level of the property, that the fence, even though it might be literally 9 feet, it's not going to look 9 feet because of the level of their land back there. If you walk the property like I did, you would see that. So I don't necessarily agree with that.
Can I ask, I guess, another question?
Yeah, we didn't make a motion, so that's okay.
And forgive me for not knowing the code super well, but what's the reasoning for there being a difference in the height of the fence between front yard, side yard, backyard?
You're saying in our ordinance?
Yeah.
Chris, can you speak to that, please?
Aesthetics. Okay.
Well, can you
Solely
elaborate a
aesthetics.
little on that, Chris?
No, I mean, that's fine. That's truly what it is, and that's okay.
Right, you could, if you would just think of a street that's got 2 6-foot fences running down both sides, what's that gonna look like? It's gonna look, like a tunnel. That's why the orders described, yes, 6 foot in the back behind the building line is fine. But once you get in the front, we're trying to calm the fence down a little bit by going to 4 feet.
Gotcha.
Yeah.
I would just like to say that aesthetically speaking, the side fence along Maple and the front facing for Colonial, it's so far set back from the street, the front facing fence, that I don't really know if that aesthetically will be anything that's couldn't be worse than what we certainly had. And also, I would add that I'm sorry it took this long to replace this fence and take the bamboo down, but we did have some hardships in the 10
We
years
understand the
we've been
work
here.
you've done on your property. We
Thank you.
absolutely understand that.
Thank you.
So board may have different feelings. So I guess we're ready for a motion?
Yeah, I'm just trying to understand sort of, I hear 2 differing perspectives, and I don't know how the rest of the board feels.
Well, we can't do a poll publicly. We would have to vote, or we can take a recess and you can consider Stephen's suggestion and see how you would feel about that. Otherwise, there'd be a motion. We don't actually know what the motion would be. A member would make a motion, and then we would see how the members felt about that.
Okay. There's no way to get a feeling from any of the other
No,
members?
we can
Okay.
only vote on, we can't discuss a vote with each other.
Okay. Can we take 5 minutes?
Yeah, we can take 5 minutes. Thank you.
Yeah, you should do a roll call, but just say roll.
Okay. Okay, thank you, everybody. We're back on, thank you, everyone. We're back on. Tanya, can you just please do a roll call for us? I was advised we should do that.
Chairwoman Cates?
Yes.
Vice Chair Reardon?
Here.
Mr. Alter?
Here.
Mr. Friedman?
Here.
Mr. Grieb?
Here.
Mr. Hipp?
Here.
Council Liaison Chohimuk?
Here.
Mayor Scheinfeld?
Here.
Okay, thank you, everyone. So we're back on after a 5-minute recess where we ask the applicants to consider their conditions they're asking for, and we ask you now at this time how you feel about what you're asking, if you want to consider any of the board's suggestions, or...
We would like to propose a modification to our application so that the fence along Colonial Boulevard in our front yard be a 4-foot-high fence, but keep the rest of the requests in place if that would be acceptable to the board. We're most concerned with the fence along Maple because that is closer to the street. That is where the foot traffic passes us. That's where we're concerned about the safety, where we've found liquor bottles from kids leaving it. It's where people would look in on us trying to enjoy ourselves with our family in the backyard. So we're hopeful that you would be amenable to the variance for the retaining wall, the 6-foot-high fence on Maple, but closed, and altering the application that it would be a 4-foot-high fence along the front yard in Colonial, if that's hopefully an acceptable modification to the board.
Okay. Board, any questions? Yes.
So would that be, so typically it would start at the front yard, which is, I don't know, 25 feet back or so? So are you proposing the whole, the fence until you reach the corner at Maple would be 4 feet, or at the 25-foot setback?
The fence that runs from our deck on our where our house is to the corner would be 4 feet, and then it turns onto Maple at 6 feet high. And it was 4 feet originally because of the levels in our yard. We don't think it would cause an offset that would be not aesthetically pleasing to the extent that that matters. But we're hopeful that that's a modification that the board would accept.
Any other questions? Chris, do you have any comments about that modification? Chris, any thoughts about that change?
I think it's good, it's fine, and it's compliant, of course, the 4-foot's compliant. So the board doesn't have to do anything about that, that's just compliant fencing. It's still, you still got the fence along Maple Avenue is the issue, and it's up on a hill, so.
Okay. Okay, so I guess we're ready for a motion.
Can I just ask a quick question about the fence on Maple? So the retaining wall on Maple is 3 feet high?
Not the entire length of the wall, because Maple slopes downwards. So at the corner of the wall, it's approximately 2 feet 10 inches. But then as it approaches Colonial, the wall gets shorter and shorter as the property line.
And do you know how high it is at its shortest spot? So if it starts at 210, then...
Yeah, sure. And that's in the pictures that I submitted as, I think it was marked as A1. So along the side, the shortest it is 19 inches.
Okay, and on the 6-foot fence that has lattice, how high is the lattice up on that fence?
About 5 feet. It's like in
So
that,
the lattice-
between the 5 feet and 6 feet, it has the lattice work.
So if you put fence with lattice on that retaining wall on Maple, and the lowest point of the retaining wall on Maple is 1'7". You're gonna have about 6 foot up to the lattice from the
Correct.
street level.
Yeah, approximately, and you could see the picture that the fence has that lattice work there.
But you understand my point, though. If you have that lattice fence on Maple, on the retaining wall, even at the lowest point, which is 1'7", you have about 5 feet on top of that. So from the street, you're basically gonna have 6 feet up to the lattice at the point where the retaining wall is at its lowest. So doesn't that basically address your privacy concern anyway?
Yeah, that's what we're, I'm not following your point. That's what we're asking for.
So
We're talking about lattice on the
imagine you cut the lattice off this, and that's basically, you can see through that, correct? It's lattice. It's
Right.
50% open. So what my colleague here is saying is that,
trying to say.
he's a lawyer, I don't know.
Maybe not a good one.
It's kind of a wash because the open part of your fence is actually in the height. The upper 2
Gotcha.
feet is, or
Gotcha.
upper 1.5 is open.
Gotcha.
So therefore,
Right.
So it's open.
Right.
Wait,
if you cut that off, you can still see through it. And if it was solid, you'd have to be 7 foot tall to actually see in your backyard, which most of the population, myself included, would not be able to.
so do you have a suggestion, Seth, that comes out of that, or it's just a point you're making?
It should also be noted that when they push that retaining wall back in to conform,
Yeah.
it's going to get taller
Yes.
because it's going into the grade.
I mean, my suggestion would be to add the lattice fence on Maple.
We are having the lattice fence on Maple.
Yeah.
This is the fence that we're proposing on Maple.
You mean
I thought
open?
it was gonna be solid.
You mean open?
But the
The
problem is it's not
50%
50%
open.
open. The whole fence itself.
So you're
is not.
saying you'd like to see it 50% open on Maple?
That's correct.
Yeah.
Wait, are you saying you like this fence on Maple, or you don't like this fence on Maple?
Why don't you?
I'm sorry, I'm
Representatives?
confused.
He would prefer the 50% open. He's saying the lattice part is open, but his preference would be the ordinance, which is 50%.
That's correct.
So it's not enough.
Right.
Right, so that's, I guess, I understand what you're saying, but they're asking for a variance. So I get
Right.
what you're saying, but that's why they're here, because they want the
So,
variance.
and, yeah, I think
And
that,
I don't think they ever, they're saying the fence is solid, but the entire fence that they're proposing is that
I
picture.
might have misunderstood a little
Yeah.
bit and thought that the fence, it was going to be solid from top to bottom.
no.
So they clarified that they're asking for the lattice fence to be on Maple as well. I thought it was solid.
Yeah, and there's only, correct me if I'm wrong, there's only a small portion of the fence that's going to be chain link, but the fence
back.
that's in the back, but the fence on Maple, the fence on Colonial, and the majority on the retaining wall is that lattice fence that you've submitted the picture of.
Correct, except with the caveat that with the modification to make the fence on Colonial 4 feet tall, it would be a different fence because this fence doesn't come in 4 feet, so we'll have to find something that's
But
like
that-
matching.
at that point, it's a conforming fence,
Yeah.
so,
Not
you
if
know.
it's solid.
Yeah.
Correct.
okay. Okay, is anyone ready to make a motion? Do you want to review again what,
Yeah, could we just read what?
let's read, since this has been a
Just to
change,
make sure.
let's repeat what the new variances are.
Yeah, so I guess from what we've heard, that the fence along Colonial is now going to be dropped down to 4 feet. But you would still, I mean, I guess you haven't picked the fence yet, but it won't be 50% open there. You're just saying you're going to reduce the height of the fence 4 feet.
Correct.
Okay. And then, as you've indicated previously, the retaining wall that, I guess, at the moment, that was kind of constructed in the municipal right-of-way, you're going to move back so that it is on your property line. So that's going to keep the variance for, you know, the retaining wall to be on your property line. As we've talked about, the openness of the fence, you're proposing 0%, whereas 50% would be required. And as we've kind of talked about ad nauseum, you'd still need the fence height for the remaining portions of your fence, not along Colonial.
Okay.
I'm going to make the motion that we approved this application with all the modifications that were suggested and the list of additions and changes that were just mentioned for this application.
Okay, Mr. Alter has made the motion to approve. Is there a second?
Second.
Dan Friedman?
Okay. Vice Chair Reardon?
I'm going to go no. I feel the Maple Ave fence was really the one in question of being above height and along the main thoroughfare. So my answer is no.
Mr. Alter?
Yes.
Mr. Friedman?
Yes.
Mr. Griep?
Yes.
Mr. Hip?
I'd say no for the same reason as my colleague. I think the height that you're requesting for privacy, I understand that, but I think you can achieve that with the 4 feet on top of the retaining wall, even at its shortest height.
Council Liaison Trujillo?
No.
Mayor Scheinfeld?
Yes, yes, I have some other concerns, but yes to that.
Chairwoman Cates?
Due to the issues that you've relayed to your hardship, I'm going to vote yes for this. Please, I'm not going to go beyond what we heard tonight, but just, please in general, just consider your neighbors when you're doing, and please come to the town when you're doing something. So, thank you. You presented your case well tonight. Thank you.
Motion's passed.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Okay, we need to switch our seating up here, and we need to switch our attorneys, so we need to take another 5-minute recess. Thank you. And we'll be back on the record in 5 minutes. But we don't need it, so we're okay. Okay.
HDMI goes into the wall. It does not go into the TV set, it goes into the wall.
Okay. Okay. Please, everybody, please take your seats. We're back on the record. Board members, take your seats. Thank you so much. Okay, thank you. Ms. Cassetta is now representing us, and Mayor Scheinfeld is recusing himself. Again, we're having some technical issues, but we can move forward without the screen at this time. So, Mr. Tuval,
Okay. We on the record?
we're on the record,
Okay.
yes.
So, good evening, everybody.
Good evening, Mr. Tuval.
Jason Tuvel, attorney for the applicant. So where we left it off at the last meeting was, I believe, the interested parties engineer, the church, presented some testimony from a civil engineer and planner, correct? And that direct testimony is concluded, and I was going to provide my cross-examination on that of Mr. Costa. I believe the board also has the right to ask questions of Mr. Costa and any member of the public not represented by Mr. Magaletta. I don't know, Frank, you want to just put your appearance on the record?
Yeah, that's it. Just Frank Magaletta on behalf of the St. John the Baptist Roman Catholic Church and also the Roman Catholic Archdiocese of Newark. Interested parties, thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah, I mean, I sat there when you were up here, but you could see where we are. Okay.
We ready?
Yeah, I'm ready. Rob, you ready?
Mr. Costa,
Mr.
come on
Costa,
down.
please come forward.
Before you begin, Mr. Costa, do you acknowledge that you remain under oath from the last meeting? Thank you.
Absolutely. Yeah, that's fine. If Rob, if you want to sit there and I could stand here.
Please, I'll stand. I'd rather stand.
Me too. Okay. Okay, so ready to go? Okay. All right. Good evening, Mr. Costa. How are you?
I'm good, Mr.
All right. All right. So in connection with this application, did you prepare a report that was submitted to the board?
No, I did not.
Did you prepare, at the last meeting, you indicated you did not prepare or check the drainage calculations that were submitted. Is that still correct?
I don't believe I said that, no.
All right. Did you submit any of your own drainage calculations to the board?
We just did some type analysis.
Sorry to interrupt. Can you just use the microphone? Thank you.
Got it?
Hang on one second.
Yeah, go ahead. There you go.
Thank you.
Okay. Okay. So just to be clear, you didn't submit any drainage calculations to the board, correct?
That is correct.
Okay. And you didn't submit any traffic counts to the board either, correct?
That is correct.
Okay. So, let's first start. Oh, okay. So in your testimony at the last meeting, you had some concerns regarding the pipe capacity as it relates to the eastern portion of the self-storage facility. Do you recall that testimony?
The pipe capacities in the street or the pipe capacities on the site?
Both.
Yes.
Okay. So what I'd like to know and what I'd like to ask you some questions about are, do you know the existing drainage area limit of disturbance currently on the site? For the self-storage lot, excuse me.
The limit of disturbance, the entire lot.
Within the Inlet 21 area?
From what you asked me, the limit of disturbance is the entire lot.
No. What I'm asking you, for Inlet 21 on the eastern portion of the site, Do you know the area of disturbance there in the existing condition?
If you wait, I think we're,
Go ahead.
do you know what sheet that is?
Yeah, you were on your 016. That's really what you used for that. So on that eastern portion of the site,
I got you.
yeah, it was marked up by Mr. Costa.
Okay, yes.
Okay. So that area in the eastern portion of the site that goes to inlet 21, what is the existing total area that drains into that inlet? Do you know the total square footage?
I do not.
Okay. Would it surprise you that it's approximately 4,640 square feet?
Again, I do not know.
Okay. Do you know if in the proposed condition that area that drains into that inlet is being reduced?
I do not know.
Okay. Would it surprise you that that area is being reduced by approximately 31.9%?
Even if it is, the drainage area into that inlet on Piermont, if it is number 21, you need the entire drainage area coming into that. And you're saying the entire drainage area coming down the street, off the property?
No, I'm just saying
4,000 feet?
from our site that's draining into there.
Again, a 15-inch pipe, depending on what that's picking up, if it's picking up the adjacent properties, there's not enough topography on this drawing to even figure out what the drainage area is into number 2 rather, to number 21. Number 21 is within the public right-of-way. That's picking up the street.
I'm just asking you from the site. You said you didn't know you didn't know what was existing from the site going in there, or whether there was a reduction that's being proposed.
No, what I think I said on this was,
No, I asked what I'm saying right now. I just asked you.
right now you said, do I know? And I said, no, there's not enough information on this plan to figure that out.
Okay, that's fine. So you also had some questions about the pipe capacities as well in your testimony. You had some issues with those. Did you review the chart in the dynamic engineering stormwater report on page 72?
I did not.
Okay. Do you know what the peak rate of runoff is and the cubic feet per second for that inlet?
Full flow. Again, if it's 21, the pipe coming across that reach, according to the actual inverts that were shown on the site plan, on the Alta survey, 3.96 CFS under gravity flow.
Okay, so what I'm asking you is, for inlet 1 to inlet 2 from our site, what is the capacity of that pipe? Do you know?
The capacity of that pipe?
Yes.
It's a 15-inch pipe, HDPE.
Right.
In the street is a 12-inch RCP. So just off the get-go, when I said earlier, this should ring a bell in people's minds, because a plastic pipe actually has a friction coefficient. It's much faster. It's much smoother than concrete.
I ask you again, do you know the
What I'm trying to
capacity?
say is, right off the get-go, you have a 30% increase because it's plastic in terms of concrete. If the concrete is old, it could be more than that. So if you have 15 inches coming in here, plastic, slippery, faster, then here.
But you didn't review the stormwater report on page 72 that has the capacity.
I did my own, and that's what's shown up here. 3.96. And if you push it down, Jay, 1.99. I outlined all of that for the board, for the public,
Oh,
for yourself, and for your engineers.
so you're talking about the existing pipe. I'm asking you about the pipe on the site. Do you know the capacity of our pipe on the site?
I did not put that on there, no.
Do you know it?
I do not.
Okay. Do you know what the peak runoff is into that pipe?
We just went over that. I do not.
Okay. So you don't know then the peak runoffs or the capacities for any of the pipes that we're proposing on our property?
That's incorrect.
Okay. So what are they? So let's go through them.
And again, I went over this. The proposal right now is taking all the roof water into a pipe, running along the property, and then into the corner. And I said, this has a capacity of 7 CFS at full flow. You have 3.57 coming in here. then you go into the system in the actual roadway. That pipe that you're talking about that cuts off, I guess, any drainage coming downhill, goes into the public right-of-way, comes across the street on the north side of Piermont, runs to the corner. What I said, if you go to the other drawing, based on the elevations that were provided on the plan, could you blow this up just a little higher? And there's A, B, if you go to...
I'm not asking you about any of those.
If I can finish, this, very simple. Invert, B, that's right here, heading south because that's where the drainage heads into the brook. 5604. We go across the street, and we have, I believe that is A, 5612.12. So what I said was, that's actually back pitched. As you're going south and into the brook, this inlet, this reach, is actually back pitched because the invert on this side is higher than the invert on the north side.
I'm glad you pointed to that area. So in your testimony, you indicated that in that area, based on the roof drains, that drained at 3.7 cubic feet per second. Is that correct? Is that actually correct? You used that number 3.78.
I'm sorry, on this reach?
Yeah, in your testimony, you indicated that the roof drains drain there at 3.78 cubic feet per second. Is that correct?
That's probably from your drainage calcs.
Okay. Our drainage calcs show that the 3.78 number that you referenced in your testimony comes from this 2-year storm event for the overall drainage area analysis, not relating to the roof drain. So is that statement that you made on the record correct?
I have to object. I think what Mr. Costa said was that was 3.59.
I can read you from the transcript word for word what he said.
That's fine.
Okay. Can you put up the drainage calculations for 2 seconds? So,
I'm saying that's fine, but it's not.
what he said was, I just want to make sure I read the exact area correctly. Can we just, so this is quoting from Mr. Costa's testimony. Can we just go to the drainage calcs real fast? So this picks up the entire roof, 109,000 square foot building, the floor area. I'm not sure exactly what it is because I didn't really try to check if their drainage calcs were 100% correct or not. Only what we thought was pertinent, so we're using their numbers. 2-year proposed 3.78. But again, that is not for the roof drains. That is for the overall drainage area, not for that specific area on the site. That is for the overall stormwater quantity that is being reduced into the Pascack Brook. That has nothing to do with that area on the site.
so what you're saying is, maybe if I understand it correctly, is that this number is for the entire site, just the site. So the entire site drains through your client's property into the brook. So this entire number goes through all these reaches and goes into the brook. So if the pipe is back pitched, that doesn't work. If the pipe comes across, this goes in, and again, for the 2-year storm. I understand the 100-year storm. We're in a 100-year floodplain. We get to a 100-year storm. The entire site is inundated with water. It's not going to work. I understand that. But on small storms, this doesn't work, this doesn't work, because the pipes in the street are back pitched. The pipes where you're going, the conveyance is not there. And you didn't take into account all the other drainage area going to those
So
points.
let me understand something. You're saying that we didn't do our job because even though we're reducing all of the flow from our site pursuant to the regulations.
What I'm saying is you're tying in to a conveyance system that doesn't have adequate conveyance.
What evidence do you have of that? Have you prepared a report to that
I just
regard?
showed you just the limited.
Okay, from your
couple-
from your
just a
markup.
limited amount that I've done. If you want
from
me
your
to
markup of
analyze
that
the
plan.
entire thing, I
Okay.
could.
Okay,
And
so
I
I-
can tell you the drainage area to this site is going to be a lot more drainage than what you're looking at here. And what I'm saying is, I want to make this very specific for the record. The pipes in the street are inadequate. The pipes in the street you're tying into are inadequate, and you are not changing the size of those.
Okay.
And if you want to go back to the Monsignor, who showed and said in testimony, the flooding, they're actually surcharging. They were surcharging. What does that mean? It's you don't have flow going through there. They're surcharging out of the inlets because they're undersized, because where it's going is an issue.
Okay, next question. Did you run an impervious coverage analysis for the self-storage lot?
Did not.
Okay, so you're not familiar with any of the reductions in impervious coverage that are occurring?
Reductions under the state, 50% for a 2, 25% for a 10, 20% for a 100.
That's not what I
Unless you say that it's not, because you just meant a small thing saying it's not a major development. But quite frankly, it is.
You're not letting. I don't think we contest that at all. Okay. What I'm asking you is, do you know the existing impervious coverage for the self-storage lot?
Existing?
Yes.
Probably 100% impervious.
What's the square footage?
30, let me give you the exact. I need the survey, the Alta survey. $39,415.9 acres.
What?
0.9 acres.
Okay. Do you know what the reduction is?
I would have to go back to the drainage calcs, please, or the site plan. Should be down here.
If you're just doing the math now, I just wanted to know if you actually read it and knew it in advance. That's all.
I said I did not.
Okay. That's fine. We don't have to go through it.
It's up to you. We're here. It's up
Okay,
to you.
go ahead. So what's the reduction?
Impervious?
Yes.
If you can blow this up, please. 85% allowed, existing 99.4, 84.3, 39,000 to 33,000.
On this self-storage lot, correct?
I believe this is the self-storage lot.
Okay. Is there also a reduction on the vehicle storage lot?
Go down, this should be the vehicle storage. 84% existing, 83.2%, 51,113, 50,981.
All right. Do you know the overall reduction in impervious coverage between regular impervious coverage as well as motor vehicle surface coverage?
I'm sorry, do I know the
Overall reduction in motor vehicle surface coverage?
Well, again, if they're saying that it would be this number for across the street, 39,000, I'm sorry, 51,000 to 50.
Well, that's just the regular impervious coverage.
I think the whole lot is motor vehicle storage, I believe.
Okay. So we'll go to my next question, which is, in the 2-year storm event, do you agree that we're reducing the amount of flow coming off the site, the quantity coming off the site?
Can we go back to the drainage counts, please? According to your calculations, existing 4.09, proposed 378, projected storm 463. So if you do the projected storm, the answer is no.
No, that's not what I asked you. It's very cute, though, the way you did that. So in the 2-year storm, current 2-year storm, are we reducing the rate of the runoff rate?
Yes.
Okay.
0.31
In the
CFS.
10-year storm, current, are we reducing the runoff rate?
Yes.
In the 25-year, are we reducing?
Yes.
In the 100, are we reducing?
Yes.
Okay. And then in those projected, which the DEP requires us to do,
Correct.
in the existing projected, are we reducing from the existing projected to the proposed?
Yes.
And in the 10 and 100 year as well?
Yes.
Okay, but that was a good one.
It's easy. I mean, ask the easy questions, I can answer.
Okay. Okay. You also testified to, and again, I want to get this correct. You said, I'm quoting from your testimony. Sure. In the mini, page 90. All right. there's very little benefit as far as, in my opinion, 700 gallons of water, that they're doing less. So in your opinion, we were just reducing by 700 gallons.
Actually, no, I look back at that, I think I said, I don't have the.
You said it was
plan
the
up.
size of a hot tub.
Hot tub, yeah.
I misspoke. It's the size of a small swimming pool. It was actually 100 cubic yards, so I was off by a factor, yes.
So what is the actual gallonage that's being reduced?
I believe it's 100. We'd have to go to the DEP submittals, Jay. I think it's, I'm not sure if it's that. No, I think it's the other ones. That number, that could be correct. 106, again, 106.8 cubic yards. That night I was going too quick. I thought it was 108 cubic feet.
So just to do an apples to apples comparison to what you said at the last meeting. So you said you used gallons, you used 700 gallons. So what would that be? Correct yourself if it's
Probably to do the arithmetic, I'm just doing it in my head. 7.48 gallons per cubic foot. So this would be times 27. So that number times 27. So about 22,000 gallons.
All right, so from the 700 to the 22.
Said, I just corrected myself.
Okay.
Small hot tub to a small swimming pool.
Are you familiar with the DEP regulations? I'll even go even beyond that. Are you familiar with the stormwater management ordinance for the borough of Hillsdale?
I believe it matches the sample ordinances that they sent out many years ago.
All right, and the applicant has to comply with that, correct?
Yes, he does.
Okay. So are you familiar, I'm going to go to the exact section so we can talk about this. So I'll just ask you, what does the applicant have to do? Has the applicant complied with what they've had to do under the stormwater management ordinance for the borough?
As far as what they have to do, if they can prove that they have less runoff coming off the site, that they have less motor vehicle surface area, that they did all the above, which in this case, excuse me, they did to DEP. However, you can't connect to a system that cannot handle it. And that's what they didn't do correctly. That's what they didn't do correctly.
Okay, so
Really,
the
you have two choices. Add detention to the site and reduce it so dramatically that it doesn't impact that, which would be very difficult and very costly. Or you would have to go into the streets, do an off-track improvement, and increase the size of the pipes accordingly to take the entire area and do it properly. But what that would trigger is an analysis downstream that you don't impact any of the people downstream. So things get a little more difficult, a little harder to do. So you go back to the original thing and you say, okay, we're going to add detention. Sounds easy. It's a little hard in this case because your site is in the floodplain. So now what you have to do, you get into green measures, you get into all the above. So possibly what you would have to do is put storage on your roof, which is extremely expensive.
So I guess what you're saying is that the DEP, soil conservation, and the borough engineer all got this wrong.
I'm saying that the conveyance, the pipes in that street are undersized and cannot accept this flow. I'm also going to go a step further. You're picking up the roof leader from a tall building. I don't know how your mechanical systems work. Right now you have a surface parking lot. Drop of rain hits, it runs across your lot, it runs off into the street system, goes into the brook. Now you have a roof through roof leaders with head pressure coming down into that pipe. So possibly your velocities are higher and the pressure is higher. So you could be impacting it actually more. But again, you didn't do that analysis.
Did you?
I did not.
Okay, just asking. Okay. I have nothing further for Mr. Costa.
Okay, thank you very much. So we can see the board's questions, right? Or Chris first?
I would
Thank
ask
you.
Chris first, because it is very technical.
Okay, Chris, since this was some very technical material for the board to hear, do you have any comments on this cross-examination? And you have the numbers in front of you, correct? Chris, you were given a copy of those, Mr. Costa's numbers? Okay.
The issue with this particular site and this particular part of the borough is the fact that we've got the Pascack Brook. As you recall, I think the Monsignor showed us photographs of this area being inundated with water due to the July 4th storm.
Right.
What's that?
July 14th, we
Oh,
have,
July 4th, it was after July 4th. Thank you. It's my birthday, that's what I remember. Okay, so you saw pictures of the Monsignor where there was, I think it was a 2-inch storm that occurred over Hillsdale, and the streets were flooded. Okay, so let's say we look at a 5 or 10-year storm. What's going to happen? The Pascack Brook's going to flood, and the storm drains are going to be flooded. It doesn't matter if you have a 12-inch pipe, a 40-inch pipe, or a 60-inch pipe. If the Pascack Brook is pushing water back up the pipes, it doesn't make any difference. It stays static. The streets will be flooded. That's what occurs up there. You know, for many, many years I've been town engineer here. So that's the point here. I understand if you look at each linkage capacity, well, this pipe's got this, but you're forgetting what's going on at the outfall at the Pascack Brook. When the brook comes up, it's just going to start pushing the water all back in the pipes. Because we heard about one of the storm drains surcharging. We heard the water bubbling up. That's exactly what was going on. It wasn't that there was a spring onto the catch basin. The fact is the water was coming back up the pipe from the Pascack Brook and simply coming out of the catch basin. It's just hydraulics. That's all there is to it. That's the problem. That's the problem in the industrial zone in all the flood areas in Hillsdale. It's the same situation. So that's what I would gather.
so you're saying those details are immaterial because it's going to back up no matter what the size of the pipe is?
Yes, after a certain storm frequency, it's going to back up. And we actually looked at the flood study today, the DEP flood study, and it's just over the 2-year storm, you're going to start seeing water pushing back in those pipes, unfortunately. And the streets just become flooded about the 2-year storm frequency.
So regardless of what project is there, you're saying? That's based on storm levels?
Yes, yes. So really, I don't think that the applicants, even if the applicant went through and increased the size of all the pipes to meet the capacities Mr. Costa's talking about, it will make a difference during storms. They'll still fill up with water from the Pascack Brook and push back to the building.
I know this isn't a requirement at all, but what about things like green roofs or something with that? Is there any way to mediate down there that could help?
Yeah, that's possible. It helps. It all helps. It helps sort of put a little dent in the impact of the storm. But at some point, even the green roof becomes flooded, and it's just going to go through the drainage system and get back into the regular system, particularly when you get to the larger storms. You know, a green roof's not going to contain a 100-year or 50 or even a 25-year storm. It's just going to be flooded. It's good for the 2-year storm, perhaps, and that's about where it would top out at.
Okay. Allison?
Mr. Castile, just to frame it a little bit differently, is there anything you've heard from Mr. Costa that would change your previous conclusion that the applicant has in fact complied with the borough stormwater management ordinance?
I should just state, the applicant has complied. Yeah,
And nothing has changed your mind about that conclusion?
No, not at this point.
Thank you.
Thank you. Board, do you have any questions for Mr. Costa?
I'll throw in one.
Go ahead.
How you doing, Mr. Costa? And I have to commend your assistant. I mean, he's got nerves of steel to put up with that. You telling him what page to go to, zooming in. I have commend him. That was. I have anxiety. That guy's got nothing.
No. I tell you the truth, this is how we operate.
It's very helpful the way you two work. Your testimony from the previous meeting was that the applicant's not making the stormwater issue any better by reducing the impervious coverage, correct? They were testimony
Correct.
was saying that they're making it better by reducing coverage. Are they making it any worse than what's existing?
Well, again, it's just what I said. If you have a building that's 4 stories, and again, it depends on how it works, you have how much 50 feet of head pressure coming off of that roof.
So it's the
Obviously,
velocity of water.
I've only seen it once in my career, Prospect Towers in Hackensack, roof leader from the top to the bottom, and they had a small Volkswagen on top of a manhole. The Volkswagen was up in the ceiling in the parking garage. So it depends, obviously, how they snake down the roof leaders through the building. But regardless, at some point, they're going to come out of somewhere with more head pressure. They're plastic pipe. The end value is slipperier, and you could have more velocity coming into it. And I respectfully disagree. If you don't have adequate conveyance in your pipes in the street, and These aren't in the floodplain. They're further up, some of them. It's going to pump the water out onto the roadway, and it could cause things. It could cause icing, it could cause this, it could cause a lot of issues with the roadway structure, absolutely.
So not to put words in your mouth, but the water will be coming down in a more violent rate because it's not just running off of pavement. It's coming down from a 4-story building.
Exactly.
Okay. Thank you. That was all.
You're welcome.
Thank you. Anyone else? Okay, at this time, I'll open to the public, and this is for people that are not represented and have questions for Mr. Acosta about what he testified. Is there anyone from the public that has a question? Okay, seeing none, I'll close the meeting. Board, any other questions that came up? Close the meeting to the public. At this time, I'm going to turn over to our attorney, Ms. Casetta. Also, what was raised at the last meeting was the question of, I believe Mr. Acosta questioned whether or not the board, this was a D variance, and whether in that case the board would have jurisdiction, or whether the redevelopment plan would have to be reevaluated by the council. So I know that you've done some research on that, and the board should hear what you've decided, and also Mr. Tom Behrens.
Yes, so I did confer with Mr. Behrens about it. We both took a look at the redevelopment plan as well as the law. Mr. Behrens issued a memo, which I'm hoping the board members have all had a chance to review, concluding that it does not require a D variance. I agree with his analysis, and he pointed to the section that Mr. Costa was referring to, which is, bear with me one second. Section 10A8D, and that's located within Section 8 of the redevelopment plan governing planting and landscaping. So that section does not speak to what is and is not permitted as an accessory use. It just speaks to the landscaping requirements when you have parking spaces that back out into the right-of-way. So the other conclusion of Mr. Barron's memo was that if the board were to determine that a deviation were in fact required for the loading space backing out onto the street, just as the parking spaces do, that it would only be the equivalent of a C or bulk variance or a design exception or waiver, not a D variance. In my opinion, that would be a stretch. I know Mr. Costa testified that he believes the redevelopment plan, by inference, requires internal circulation. And I think it's also by inference that he believes the loading space backing out onto the street would require a variance. In my opinion, the language of the redevelopment plan is contrary to that, because it specifically allows parking spaces. This is in section 10A3 on page 18. It specifically, allows parking spaces to back into the right-of-way. So to take a rendering that was included in the plan and infer a requirement that's contrary to the wording of the plan, I think would be quite a stretch. And the applicant's counsel pointed out at the last hearing that this is not a retail or office use that would be requiring frequent deliveries by trucks. So that would be the traditional loading space, right, where your ordinances typically require them. The redevelopment plan actually, to my knowledge, does not require a loading space for this use at all. Mr. Behrens, correct me if you've seen a requirement. I don't think there is one.
What was your question?
I don't think there's a requirement for a loading space at all for a self-storage use.
Not to correct you, but I think there may be. I think it was like 1 per 45,000 square feet.
Okay, so I may have missed it. That's why I asked you to correct me
but
if
I
I
think they're
did.
compliant as far as the number of spaces provided, loading space.
So I think going back to the point that Mr. Tuvel made at the last hearing, this is not a loading space as you typically see it for a use that's going to be receiving frequent deliveries. I think it's more of an accommodation for customers of the self-storage facility who are bringing a larger vehicle to unload larger items into their units. So I think the board could easily find that no deviation at all is present, in addition to agreeing with Mr. Behrens that it would not be a D-variance.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Behrens, do you want to summarize anything from your report?
I mean, I reviewed the issue, and, at first glance, I sort of understood the line of questioning, and just my general understanding that what establishes use issues in an ordinance is dictated by the structure of the ordinance, and oftentimes there are sections entitled permitted principal uses, which dictate what's allowed in the zone, as well as permitted accessory uses. So upon review of those sections, in terms of the principal permitted uses, it indicates that self-storage is permitted on this specific lot as proposed. And reviewing the accessory use section, it allows loading just, in the general sense, not specific to self-storage, but in general. And the provision in question, where that's located, is in the parking section and landscape and design standards. So again, that it reads almost as a conditional statement that if you have parking that's not related to self-storage, you have to have a buffer, planting buffer between the parking and the street, which is similar to what's depicted in the concept drawing. There's an exception for self-storage where there's a choice, where you can either have that configuration or put the planting along the building, in terms of foundation planting. It's silent on the issue of loading. So again, that's where I could see, it doesn't really take a position as to whether or not loading can back out directly. It just says if you have parking that backs out directly, you have a choice as far as the planting. So that's the logic behind the use, just the use issue primarily.
Okay. So does the board need to take consensus about that, or can we just take your recommendation?
May I address this? Or you?
Let me just answer the question, and then we can get to that. I think in fairness to both the applicant and the objector, the board should probably vote on it, particularly because it is a jurisdictional issue. And then if the board does determine that any relief is required, then it would be up to the applicant's counsel whether to put on any additional testimony about it.
Okay, so we'd just be voting on whether we have jurisdiction, not on C or D?
Whether you find any relief to be required, whether it would rise to the level of a D variance or just be a deviation equivalent to a C variance.
Okay.
But I think before you do that, we should give Mr. Magaletta and Mr. Tuvello, if he wishes, the opportunity to make a comment.
Okay.
I received Mr. Behrens' memo dated November 12, 2025. Respectfully, I disagree. But I guess my first question on this is that Section 8A, 5A at page 10 and 11 talks about the accessory uses. It talks about loading spaces, as you mentioned, not parking spaces. Is there a distinction between the two?
Let me get there.
Sure. And the reason I ask is because the way that the proposal, the site plan is configured, these are parking spaces. These are not loading spaces. There's a loading dock on the interior, that I understand, but there's no parking, there's no loading spaces on the outside. Those look like to be parking spaces. Very little space between.
I would agree that a loading area or loading space is typically differentiated from a parking space, but I think you're trying to draw that to the connection to the landscape requirement for parking, which doesn't specifically address loading. So that's my question. You could take an alternative position, which I respect. So I would agree with you in the sense that typically they're two different things. They function a little bit differently. But I guess from your perspective, for the board's benefit, how does that relate then to the need for a use variance?
It's a use variance because, again, these are parking spaces. These are not loading spaces. And yet, but then cars heading in or backing out of that space, they're going to be using, there's still an ordinance, I think 310-106, which requires internal vehicular circulation. There is no internal vehicular circulation. It's just on the road it's being used.
What section was that you just cited?
Section 310-106 of Hillsborough's code.
I haven't reviewed that specifically. We'll take a look at that. I hear what you're saying. So you're saying the focus then is not on the redevelopment plan, but that on that particular section in the borough code?
Correct.
As a reason for the use variance?
Correct.
Okay.
Now, let's get to that section, bear with me. 310-106, right?
Correct.
Just to be clear, again, we talked about the structure of an ordinance and how that dictates use issues versus bulk and design issues. So just my understanding, correct me if I'm wrong, is that 310-106 is under the subdivision and site plan review section of the ordinance. Is that accurate?
Yes, under land use. I'll acknowledge that.
Correct, so
It's
it's
black
the
and white.
land use chapter, but there is a part 4 entitled zoning. Is that accurate?
Yes.
Okay, so my understanding is that there's a distinction oftentimes between the zoning ordinance and subdivision and site plan standards, where if you need a deviation from a zoning ordinance requirement, it's either in the form of a D use variance or a C variance. And if you need a deviation from a subdivision or site plan standard, that often occurs in the form of a design exception or waiver, is the terminology that's used. So the section you pointed to, though, again, is the subdivision and site plan review section, where deviations typically incur again, a design
Reasonableness standard.
exception.
It's a question of reasonableness, basically, if it's a deviation.
I'm just talking about it from a
Yeah.
use perspective. I think
Right.
what you're saying is that there's still a deviation, which is something we can get to separately.
At a minimum, it's a deviation. I still think it's a variance. In fact, I cite you, there's a case, Wawa Food Market versus Planning at 227 NJ Super 29. It's an appellate division decision. And in that case, it says, we read the municipal land use law 40:55D-41 as requiring site plan ordinances to provide for standards as to the layout and configuration of proposed parking and vehicular circulation, but not as intending to invest in the planning board discretionary powers over matters the governing board has determined involve zoning considerations. Now, I understand, right now, 310-106 is not in the zoning, but this case says that vehicular circulation is the type of thing that goes in the zoning. I think there's case law that says you have to get, that consideration requires a use variance or a
Was
variance.
that something in a redevelopment plan?
I'm sorry?
That case wasn't part of that area wasn't part of a redevelopment plan, correct?
I don't know if it's a site plan, it was the case, I don't know if it's
Okay.
redevelopment. Yeah,
So I think they're two separate things. One is that you're expressing there could be a deviation that's proposed, which we can evaluate.
right.
But then there's the question of the use issue. So while I understand that there are site plan issues and that the board's purview is related to safe and efficient circulation, I'm not sure in this case that a deviation from this section, to the extent there is a deviation, would rise to the level of a use variance. So just focusing on the use variance question first, deviation second, I'm not sure how it rises to a D1 use variance.
If it's a D or a C, there still is no proofs that they're entitled to a variance in either case. I know, Ms. Cassett, they'll give them an opportunity to present those proofs, but whether it's a D or a C, there's no proofs to establish that they're entitled to a variance for whatever, whether a D or a C.
I hear you, but the
That's
task
not the
before
point.
them is to weigh in on the
Right.
jurisdictional issue first,
Right.
and then we
It's-
could get into
Mr. Magalata, can I ask a question? You've been at a number of these hearings, correct? I think
have.
beginning in September.
Yes, 11.
Why didn't you ever raise this during the applicant's case in chief?
Well, as Mr. Costa said, he noticed it the day that he raised it in the last meeting. When he did an analysis, he did a review of the redevelopment plan, he noticed that, that's why he pointed it out. Believe me, I don't believe in surprises, I really don't, but that's why, because he's my planner, he said, here's an issue, and that's why he brought it up.
I continue to disagree that this is a use variance, but I think Mr. Tuval would like
Yeah,
to
well,
be
let
heard.
Mr. Tuval speak, and then the board will decide.
I'm going to try to be diplomatic about my response to this. It's black letter law that anything in the site plan or subdivision ordinance is of design waiver. This argument is just, listen, I get it. As an objector, you have to throw things out there to see if it sticks. But this argument is just, it's black letter law actually in that Wawa case that anything relating to the site plan or subdivision ordinance is a waiver. That's easy. And as Mr. Behrens points out, if you're in the zoning code, even if you're in the zoning code, under their theory, any deviation from any part of the land use ordinance would be a use variance. That's basically what they're saying. So that's, in and of itself, an incorrect argument to make. The The section that is being now talked about, which is section 106, is one of these generic provisions in an ordinance that just talk about having safe and adequate circulation for pedestrians and vehicles within a site. So what does the case law say about that? It's very simple. When you have a permitted use that's allowed with no variances, the board can look at an application and impose reasonable conditions. That Wawa case that Mr. Magaletta just cited, I don't even need to look at it because I've read it a million times, specifically talks about that issue. So if you look in the Cox book, if you look at the section that talks about reasons that you cannot deny a site plan application, this case comes up. And what it actually says is, and I'm paraphrasing from the Cox book and I'm paraphrasing from the case, but what it says is that a board cannot set policy regarding permitted uses, that a board has to approve a permitted use. It can obviously impose reasonable conditions as it relates to certain aspects of the project, and we've done that throughout the course of these proceedings, whether it's the sign, whether it's additional landscaping, whether it's other things. So my point is, and I understand that everybody has a job to do here, and that's fine. But with regard to this argument, it should be mooted out right now, and the board should just take action on it. It's in the site plan and subdivision ordinance, and even though it's in that section, the provision in that section is a generic statement just about providing safe and efficient circulation and access. So the board could say, which it actually has already with the site distance issue, the board actually said, and we've made this a condition, that we would move certain landscaping and the trash enclosure outside of the site distance area or shift it slightly. So again, that's a reasonable condition that can be imposed by a planning board on a permitted use. That's the way this process works. I think it's very straightforward.
Thank you, Mr. Tuvell.
May I just say one thing about the ordinance 310-106? Because it's not so generic as Mr. Tuvell would suggest. It says, a quote, provisions shall be made for the safe and adequate circulation of pedestrians and vehicles within the property. That's what it says. So it's not so just make it safe, but circulation within the property.
So I'll also speak about that. There's also case law about ordinance sections like that. And those cases say that ordinances have to be objective and have to have metrics and criteria in them that can sustain whether an applicant has met them or not. So there's case law on conditional uses. You can't have generic conditions of a conditional use, for example. Like, you have to know if you've met the condition or not. That's exactly what that is. That's why I stated that. That provision is completely arbitrary. That provision is arbitrary. There could be two sides of every story to that provision. So one person could argue that you don't comply. Somebody can argue that you can comply. It's not something like what we had with the waivers. You need a 22-foot drive aisle, 24-foot drive aisle. You know if you meet it or not. That's a subjective provision. So I would even argue that the board can't even consider it. However, the board, in its site plan powers, has the ability to consider certain reasonable conditions as it relates to traffic safety, certain on-site, by the way, and other types of aspects to the project.
Okay, thank you. We've heard from both of you, and we've heard from our professionals. Chris?
Within section 310-106, which we're talking, we use this section all the time. It does say provisions shall be made for safe and adequate circulation of pedestrians and vehicles within the property. That's fine. But then it goes on to talk about, as Attorney points out, the width of all aisles and driveways provided direct access to individual stalls shall be in accordance with the following requirements. And it gives out those specific requirements, as you were just talking about. So they're in that section. It isn't just some nebulous statement. It actually continues beyond that first sentence with those provisions, which is common.
Okay.
Mr. Steele, based on your long tenure with the borough, would it be fair to interpret those more specific requirements as being toward the goal of providing safe circulation within the site?
Yes, I would agree with that.
Okay, thank you. So at this time, the board will make a motion on accepting jurisdiction as
Accepting jurisdiction.
under
and
responsibilities as a
determining-
site plan review.
Yes, and determining whether or not any additional relief is required in addition to
Beyond what the
one-
applicants are asking for.
Yes.
Motion.
Steve Reardon makes a motion.
Motion, we have the power to make this decision.
And no further.
With no
And no
further
further deviations or waivers.
Right.
right? Is that what you?
Yes, as
Okay.
waivers.
Motion.
Okay, is there a second? Mr. Green?
I second.
Oh, Ed Alter.
Okay. Vice Chair Reardon?
Yes.
Mr. Alter?
Yes.
Mr. Friedman?
Yes.
Mr. Griep?
Yes.
Mr. Hipp?
Yes.
Council Liaison Chohemuk?
Yes.
Chairwoman Cates?
Yes.
Motion's passed.
Okay, thank you. So jurisdiction is established, and we'll move on. Yeah, we're going to open to the public in a moment. First, I just want to address this to Tanya. So this is a site plan review, which means that the departments were also asked to do referrals for this application, correct?
Yes.
I believe we only got back referral from the Environmental Commission. Is that correct? And is there any other?
That's correct.
Okay, so
And
just.
Land use, I'm sorry. Land use also submitted something.
Right. So just so the public knows, this notice went out to fire department, the police department. They did not comment. They did not bring up any issues or concerns that they brought to the board's attention. The Environmental Commission made comments, which the board did review and can access. So at this time, we're going to open the meeting to the public. And this would be first for people that are not represented by attorneys, by the church's attorneys this evening. At this time, you have up to 3 minutes to make a comment on the application. You don't have to ask a question. We will ask you to come up and identify yourself. And Ton, if you're okay, can you take time for us? Keep track of the time when people, we may not need to, but just in case. Thank you. So at this time, members of the public can come up and comment on what you've heard. Please keep in mind what the board's role is in this hearing. It's whether or not we're granting design waivers, and we also can consider traffic and safety issues in terms of the site plan. Is that correct, Ms. Cassetta?
You can consider whether the site plan creates directly a safety issue. You cannot consider the safety of the street parking that we heard about or existing traffic conditions on the surrounding roadways. It would have to be something directly created by the site plan.
Yes, so if you're coming up to comment, just please understand the board's role, or else the attorney will have to redirect it to what we can vote on tonight. Is there anyone from the public that would like to comment? Yeah, please come forward.
Good evening, everybody.
Hi.
Good evening. How are you? My name's Dominic Grano. My three children.
We just need you to probably spell your name for us, if you don't mind, and we need your
Dominic,
address.
Domenic, last name Grano, Grano.
Thank you. Address?
232 Morningside Road, Paramus.
Okay.
So my three children attend St. John's Academy. So they also go to Eon Gymnastics, which is around the corner. So very prevalent, very aware that the area floods. One thing that I heard Mr. Costa said about a detention system or retention system. So has that ever been thought of or studied by the applicant? That was one question.
So the applicant was required to demonstrate compliance with the borough's stormwater management ordinance, which is based on the State Department of Environmental Protection's regulations. The board engineer has concluded that they have satisfied the requirements of the ordinance. They have actually also received permits from the DEP, the Department of Environmental Protection. Beyond that, the board does not really have any jurisdiction over flooding issues.
Okay, next question. Given that I think the area has been used as a dump, I'm correct in saying that? Waste Management has occupied the area for a long time?
I'm the wrong person to ask.
We understand,
So I'm
yeah.
just going based observation
Yes.
and knowing that there was
Yes.
Waste Management, there was a waste facility there.
Not right there, but
No, but everybody
Yes.
knows
yes, close.
if water comes, runs off, water sheds. Any thought about contaminant soil in the area?
Chris, can you
Has that
address
been addressed at all?
contamination? Possible contamination?
That would be for the applicants, would do their due diligence before getting involved in that property. They would have made their own environmental studies, the phase 1 or phase 2s, to make sure the site was clean. Or if there's contamination, they're going to have to be able to remediate it, obviously for their contractor safety as well as the future, people who will use the self-storage facility.
Is there a way for the public to see if that was done, like those reports?
That's another thing that's regulated by the state rather than the borough, correct?
Right.
So I guess that would be a search of DEP records.
I don't know that we are entitled to those documents necessarily. It's got nothing to do with the site plan application, so.
All right, next question. Was a percolation test done on the property?
I don't know if we have that information. Mr.
Percolation test.
If there's
I
a
know they're saying they're reducing the pervious right now.
Yes.
And they're actually they're gonna increase the pervious area. So if they're increasing the pervious area, they're counting that to take some more runoff, am I correct?
Yes, that's correct.
So is their percolation test, does it have the proper rate to accept what they want?
I don't think they're making that much of a reduction that's necessary to worry about that, yes. But they're going to have open, I wouldn't call it green space, but yes, the spaces that are not inhibited by pavements.
I also, Mr. Grano, just to be clear, I'm not trying to stifle anyone from being heard, but we allowed the public to ask questions of each witness after they testified. At this point, it's an opportunity for members of the public to make statements, because you're directing questions at the board and the board professionals, which isn't really the purpose of this part of the hearing.
Okay. Just, I was coming in late because
Yeah,
my
understood.
kids are
But
at the school. I heard they're going to build
Understood.
something. I've
But
been there when
any
it's flooded.
statements you'd like to make,
Yeah.
if you'd like to express your
Yeah, if
feelings
you have
about the
feelings-
project,
Oh, so-
this is the time to do that.
All right, my feeling is my kids go there. I've picked up my kids when it's raining. I picked up my kids when it's flooding. I'm a survivor of Sandy. I don't need my kids to go through that or experience that because of a self-storage unit. So if there's a possibility to put a retention system in and alleviate the flooding, I know just as the borough engineer said it, you can't alleviate a 100-year storm. I think we know that. But if you could alleviate a 2-year storm and make a difference by putting a retention system, is that not just like an easy ask? Is that something that's difficult? That's my
Okay,
comment
thank you.
about it.
Thank you for your comments. We appreciate it. Is there anyone else from the public that would like to come up and address the board? Please come forward. Hello?
Paulette Gilchrist, 124 Saddlewood Drive. I have a concern. I listened to Mr. Costa's last session, and he spoke about backing out of the storage facility and that it's unsafe. Now, we know that there's a grammar school 2 blocks away, and if and when an accident happens because somebody's backing out of that facility, and this testimony has already been given that he, as an expert, has said it's unsafe, who's going to be liable for that? Would you guys be liable? Now, I know he suggested that the entrance be changed to the other side of the building to alleviate that threat. And I'd like to know that I think that's a good idea. We have children in that area. People will be backing out. It's very, very difficult. And God forbid something happens, and forget the liability, but I wouldn't want that on my conscience either. This is something that I think needs to be addressed when you vote on this.
Thank you. Anyone else? Hi.
Hello, Teresa Henry, 14 Cross Street in Hillsdale. I've lived in this town my entire life. I've been a parishioner of St. John's my entire life, a graduate of the academy. I've seen the flooding that can happen when we have a hurricane that passes through, a hurricane that majorly hits our area. The rainfall that happened on July 14th, in the past, we would not have had the flooding that we did. I'm not an expert, I'm not an engineer, but my 55 years in Hillsdale, we would not have had the flooding so close to our parish property that we did that day because of a somewhat heavy rainfall. It just wouldn't have happened. It took a hurricane, and I fear for the next hurricane that will happen and what it will do and how close the water will come to our parish property. Our rectory, which is very close to the storage facility area, and our parish church itself, let alone our school. With respect to the traffic, Father Peter's videos were not allowed to be shown. He shared another one with some of our finance council members today. There are huge trucks that are backing into the storage facility area now, which will be filled, will not be allowed to use as an open area for backing in and out of. They're coming out to Prospect. They will be coming down Valley Street towards our school. And that's what's going to happen. I know the traffic engineer was here, he gave his report, but they are not taking into account the fact that there will be no open spaces in that what was an industrial area that had a lot of open spaces in the past. And again, I've been in this town my entire life observing what happens in the area. I know we have professionals, I know we've had experts that have come, but they have not been here to see, and they've even acknowledged that they've been here a day or two to watch what's going on. I've been here my entire life. This parish has been in this town for close to 100 years. Our school has been present for so many years serving this community, and I hope and pray that you will all take into account the value that we add to this town of Hillsdale and beyond, and respect what our parish means, our school means to our entire community.
Thank you. And just a reminder that anyone, and we do very much value your community, anyone who is represented by the church, they are not going to comment on their own tonight, just a reminder. Would anyone else like to come before the board? Okay, no one else? So at this time, I'll close that public comment part of the meeting. And I think the board needs to review some of the conditions and our role and our responsibility at this time. And you may want to give closing first, right?
Yes, Mr.
Okay.
Chavell, I'm assuming will want to give a closing. I don't know if Mr. Magaletta would like to give a closing. So a few other
Okay,
loose ends
we'll do
to
that
tie up
first. So who presents first?
Mr. Magaletta.
Mr. Magalota, thank you.
Thank you. Let me first start by saying thank you for your time and your effort. As some of you know, I do serve on a planning board myself, and this board is very, I'm not trying, it's not my kiss-up moment, but you guys are very engaged, and you ask, you're involved, so it's actually comforting to see that. Basically, the applicant here is looking for basically a site plan approval as of right with, I think, at this point, down to one design waiver. Now, this board knows that it's constrained, that, if the site plan complies with the redevelopment plan, you have to approve it. But you're not a rubber stamp. You review for consistency and zoning code compliance, but also public safety issues. And here, we submit that the applicant has failed to sustain its burden to obtain site plan approval. One of the main things and most glaring unanswered questions is, why is a property that has an address of 560 Piermont Avenue, why is the entrance on Prospect? And there's nowhere that's been explained. But what I think is also vital to understand, it's been touched upon by your engineer, as well as comments by my experts, as well as the members of the public. This property, this redevelopment area, it borders on the Pascack Brook, which, as you know, is a Category 1 stream, which requires a 300-foot vegetative buffer. It's a C1 waterway, and has to be protected by any measurable change in water quality. In fact, your redevelopment plan at page page 2, basis for the plan, quotes, the primary driver of the borough's plan is to better use this property, which used to be used to service garbage trucks. So there are various goals of your plan to protect the brook. And those are found at page 2, which I just mentioned, also page 6, which is section 5B, page 15, section 9, 3D, and also another policy goal to protect the environment, which is also a state requirement. That's at page 39. That's at section 16A1D. I want to turn first to the self-storage lot. Now, again, we've heard that flooding is an issue. You all know that. We've seen the videos. I think this board has said they've had first-hand experience that it floods there, as does Mr. Teal. Here, as Mr. Costa has demonstrated, the church has failed to provide stormwater controls or details. Now, Mr. Steele said that if it's a 100-year storm, there's nothing you can do. But if there's a 2-year storm, there's something you can do. And Mr. Costa has explained how that the current system is inadequate to service these 2-year storms. Now, I talked about internal circulation. I know that Mr. Tuvell says, well, it's really just, it's ambiguous because there's no numbers. But the section 310-106, and when you couple that with the conceptual rendering, which is figure 35 at page 38 of the redevelopment plan, it's very clear that when this redevelopment plan was considered and passed, the whole idea was that the circulation would be on the property, be in the property, not in the street. Because this plan now, the site plan that's proposed, has said that what's allowing is that cars either heading in or backing out will back out onto Prospect, into oncoming traffic, and into parked cars, if there are some cars there on Prospect. And that is something which I respectfully think that this board should have some kind of condition to correct that, because otherwise you'll have pedestrian conflicts, and you have conflicts in the right-of-way, which are exacerbated when you're backing into Prospect, and also poor sightlines. I know Mr. Tuvell said that they're going to remove the trash receptacle and also the landscaping, but Mr. Costa testified that when he did an overlay, that and it minimizes sightlines. And I think even the board's planner mentioned that it's not wise to have the entrance or the parking area, the driveway, on the curve around Prospect. With respect to, again, we contend that a minimum that having the parking backing up into Prospect is a minimum requires a deviation, if not a variance. Now, I know the board has said it's not going to variance, but even for a deviation, there's been no testimony that it's reasonable to have these cars and vehicles backing into Prospect when they're trying to enter or access the self-storage unit. Turning to the vehicle storage lot, you know, there was testimony by the applicant's professionals that basically they're transferring this is now block 1209, they're transferring the lot from across the road to the vehicle storage lot, which is 1209. But it's not an in-kind transfer. That lot has been unused for many years, and also they're increasing the level. I think one of the board members estimated that because of the 75-foot parking stalls, there's potential for 140 vehicles at the vehicle storage lot. That is excessive, it's extreme, and there's really no plan for how the roads will deal with that traffic. We proposed that the southern exit from the vehicle storage lot should be removed. There should be only one driveway, as Mr. Costa testified, and it should be aligned with Piermont. That will reduce traffic going down Valley, because that is also one of the goals of the redevelopment plan, is to discourage truck access to Valley Street. That's found at section 9A7A, page 21 of redevelopment plan. Now, that's important also, that consideration, that I've not heard any testimony from the applicant or any proposals at all how to minimize Valley Street truck traffic. So that's a consideration I think that this board should consider, even signage, anything, but there's nothing at all. With respect to the vehicle storage lot and the concern that Mr. Costa raised with respect to the water quality, because now you have these vehicles stored in the storage lot. They are landscaping vehicles, they have toxins, they have pesticides stored in there, come into contact with pesticides. They also have oil, undercarriage, dirt, anything like that. There's actually some boats, as Mr. Costa pointed out. In fact, this board was so concerned that, and I think the applicant has agreed to put bollards for when it is flooding, so it won't wash away these vehicles. Now, it may stop the vehicles from going to the brook, but not the contaminants that are attached or a part of those vehicles that are stored on the storage lot. So that's also a consideration. I think this board can exact a condition that no pesticides or toxic materials can be stored on the lot. And again, the applicant has not provided any proofs for placing the building entrance on Prospect when the address is 560 Piermont. If it would make more sense to have the entrance on Piermont, because that would serve the purpose of minimizing truck traffic going down Valley and down Prospect. And also would avoid conflict with pedestrians going in the church and using Prospect and then crossing the street over there. A couple points which are not major points, but I think are significant and raised by your own planner's report of August 5, 2025. The applicant did not provide any testimony that there's no third-party usage of the self-storage space. The applicant did not confirm the quantity, size, and dimension of the vehicles, trailers, and equipment to be stored in the vehicle storage lot. That's also paragraph 2 of his report. And there's no testimony, and this is a minor matter, that the users of lot 1209 could use the bathrooms at lot 1208. Again, it's pointed out in your expert's report. That's the only reason why I mentioned it. As this board knows, site plan review, just like any kind of review, is about context. Does this application, this site plan application, make sense in the context of where we are, or where this property is located? We submit that it does not, because of the flooding, because of the truck traffic, and the failure to provide any kind of control measures to limit trucks going onto the valley. And also, there's very little protection for the Pascack Brook, which was, again, the primary reason for the redevelopment plan. I think the negative impact to the water quality is crucial, and I think this board has to take that into consideration when it reviews its site plan, this site plan. So respectfully, the reasons that we've presented, allowing this plan to go forward would be bad planning on the flooding and traffic issues. And that's really, we just ask that this board deny the application, if not to impose conditions that will protect Valley and will protect the brook. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Magaletta.
All right. Thanks to the board for their time and attention. I think this is the 4th or 5th meeting. I think I lost count. I want to thank the public. I know, some of them are not supportive of the application, but the fact that they've come here, that is commendable. And I also want to thank Mr. Magaletta and Mr. Costa for their professionalism. So this application is pretty straightforward in terms of the board's purview. So it's a permitted use under the redevelopment plan, and we have to demonstrate to the board that we comply with the objective criteria within the redevelopment plan. And we've done that, and we need one design waiver, one area of relief as it relates to the number of, of plantings based on the number of parking spaces that are in a row. So that's the only area of relief that we need. This application actually went exactly as the municipal land use law envisions site plan review going. So once the governing body permits a use and outlines bulk criteria for a specific area, you're supposed to come to the board, demonstrate that you meet those, and then the board can say, hey, we also may want some reasonable conditions based on what you're proposing, and your own experts review it. So before I get into that, I also want to indicate that before we came here, the applicant got its DEP permit, got its soil conservation permit. They made sure that they did all their due diligence as it relates to this property to address some more global issues on the state level. Now, although those aren't within the board's purview, the applicant wanted to demonstrate that it had done all its homework prior to coming to the board, and the board has those permits as part of their as part of the application. So in terms of the purview of the board, we demonstrated that we meet all of the criteria, except for that one, and we put on our proofs for that. So that's up for the board to decide on that one issue if we've met our burden there. In terms of the traffic issues that have been discussed, we're the only party here that put on a traffic expert. And based on the analysis done, other than leaving this property vacant, a self-storage facility is one of the least intensive uses from a traffic perspective, as indicated by our traffic engineer and by the data provided in our report that is unrebutted in this case. So from a traffic perspective, if that's what people are worried about, this is the best use to put here in terms of trip generation coming in and out of the site, because not based on what I'm saying, but based on what the industry data demonstrates, the trip generation will be extremely minimal with respect to this project. With regard to the stormwater, we've beaten this issue to death, but just to kind of go over at high level, in addition to the DEP permits, we've demonstrated that we meet the borough's stormwater management rules, which is important. We're reducing impervious coverage. We're reducing the rate of runoff going into the system. We're improving water quality. And again, we submitted plans, we submitted reports, we've submitted permits. The interested parties haven't just have the testimony of one witness. No reports, no calculations. Those, when I was doing cross-examination, Mr. Costa admitted that he hadn't looked at certain parts of the reports or didn't have certain information. I understand he did the best he could by way of testimony, but there's no reports or plans or anything like that that controvert or rebut any of the anything that we've provided to the board. And we agree to comply with Mr. Statiel's letter as it relates to all engineering items and all the conditions of all the other agencies that have jurisdiction here. Like I said, the process went exactly the way that it should. We've developed certain conditions that are reasonable as a result of this project. We had a variance for the sign. The board and some members of the public felt that that variance maybe wasn't justifiable. The applicant felt it was, but going back and forth with the board, we understood that there was a concern there. We eliminated that sign variance. We added the bollards. We didn't think they were really needed, but the board felt that that might be appropriate. Reasonable condition. That's, again, something that's part of site plan review. Added additional plantings along the vehicle storage lot. That was another condition that was added. We improved the site distance. Again, Mr. Costa did testify that he didn't think there was adequate site distance, but not a traffic engineer, did not provide any citation to the AASHTO criteria as to how we don't meet it. We had a traffic engineer provide expert testimony indicating that we do meet it. So again, in my opinion, unrebutted testimony, or I think you have to give more weight to the fact that a traffic expert did provide testimony on that specific issue. What I'll end with is another reasonable condition that I think that the applicant is willing to work on with the board as a result of tonight's meeting and some of the comments made by some of the members of the public. The applicant would be willing to explore with Mr. Statiel putting a green roof on the self-storage building to the extent practicable. Again, this applicant is invested in this area in terms of other uses and other structures. They want this project to work. They want the other projects in the area to be successful. So to the extent the board wants to add that as a reasonable condition, we'd be happy to work with Mr. Statiel in terms of adding a green roof to the self-storage building, within reason, and making sure that that also mitigates some of the stormwater. Again, we're improving the condition over what exists today. I don't think that's disputable. But again, we've heard all the concern from the public, and although it's not, I don't think required, or I don't think it's necessary based on the rules or the ordinance, we'd be happy to implement that as part of our approval. And if the board were inclined to approve the project, I believe me and Ms. Cassetta could work on language that the board felt was appropriate as it relates to that issue. So again, I think we've met our burden of proof as it relates to what's required for site plan approval. I think we've met our burden of proof as it relates to the one area of relief that we testified to, whether it be viewed as a waiver, a deviation, a C2 variance. I think that's been met. So I would ask if the board would respectfully approve the application as presented with all the stipulations that we made, with the conditions that have been imposed already by the board, and if the board feels that that additional condition that I just mentioned is appropriate, that also could be added. So again, thanks everybody for their time. I know it's late, and I would ask that you approve the application as we've proposed it. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Tuvell.
One housekeeping question. I'm done. Don't worry about that. But So we marked our exhibits for identification. I would just move that they be admitted into evidence. That's all.
I would say that's up to the board in terms of specifically some of the videos and things.
Yeah.
That's up to the board as to what weight you give them, whether you want to authenticate, whether you feel that they were authenticated. That's up to you. I understand Mr. Magaletta's comment. I believe all of our exhibits should properly be marked into evidence since they were done by professionals, but that's obviously up to the board and board's counsel.
And I think there's no question that I think we've authenticated our documents, our proofs. That's really it. Thank you very much.
Thank you. I would say the still photos and maps are appropriate to mark into evidence. What I'm hesitant about is the videos, particularly because the board didn't view all of them. If you remember, we started and then we stopped. So my recommendation would be to reference them, keep them marked for identification, but not mark them into evidence because you did not have the opportunity to review all of them.
I would just say that I did provide flash drives to the clerk to distribute to all the board members. I was asked to do that by a board member.
Our attorney recommended we not see all of them.
Okay.
That's why, and I
Right.
agree with her.
Right.
So, thank
Right.
you.
Thank you.
Okay. Yes. So, yes. And we thank the public as well. We do also really appreciate when people are here and they show interest in what's going on, and you've been very helpful, and we appreciate everything that you have brought to us tonight. Ms. Cassetta?
So just to very briefly recap for the board, and I won't be very long because Mr. Tuvell touched on a lot of these things, but to reiterate what is within your jurisdiction here. You are limited to determining whether the application meets the requirements of the applicable ordinances. Since the applicant only has the one remaining deviation for the number of spaces in a row without landscaping, this is on the vehicle storage lot, you also have to determine whether they have met their burden of proof for that relief. I believe the applicant's engineer testified generally that the requirement for landscaping is more appropriate, more typical for a standard vehicle parking lot when you're talking about passenger vehicles than it is for this type of vehicle storage use. The applicant's planner then gave testimony for the criteria both for design exceptions and for variances, because I think there was a little bit of confusion as to what type of relief is required here. I believe, based on where it is in the redevelopment plan, it would be the equivalent of a C variance, but I did note that the planner gave testimony under both, so I think either way you have what you need to evaluate that. If you believe the applicant has not met its burden on that deviation, the appropriate course of action would be to condition any approval on the elimination of the deviation. So, an approval with a condition that they have to eliminate it and they have to comply with that requirement. I would not recommend denying the entire site plan on that basis. To reiterate a few things that the board may not consider, the propriety of the DEP permit and anything related to the flood hazard area, because those issues are preempted by state law. And just to note, state law does allow municipalities to adopt stricter requirements if they choose to do so, but Hillsdale has not. Also cannot consider the wisdom of allowing the vehicle storage use adjacent to the brook, because the mayor and council have already decided to permit it, as well as how to define it by way of the redevelopment plan. Also cannot consider current or past enforcement issues, like the ones pointed out by the objector, including street parking that is permitted by ordinance, trucks that may be improperly entering the church property currently, construction materials that may not have been properly stored or secured in the area. Those things have nothing to do with whether the applicant's plans satisfy the ordinance requirements, and therefore should have no bearing on the board's decision. And I'll also note that those are all enforcement issues, and the board has no enforcement powers. So if those things are ongoing issues, I would advise the objector and/or other members of the public to approach the mayor and council, the building department, and/or the police department, because they are not things that this board has any jurisdiction over. That's a very quick summary of what you are and are not voting on. Does anyone have any questions for me?
If, I'm not saying that the board take this up, but I believe if we could potentially, like, reflect on safety issues beyond those conditions, correct? If there was a safety concern, the board that's in our jurisdiction to
If
comment on
there
that.
was a safety concern on the property, that's created by the site plan.
That's
So-
created only by the site plan.
Correct. So not a safety issue related to the fact that it's in a floodplain.
Right, right.
So if the site plan didn't provide for adequate utility service, or the borough fire department did not have adequate access in the event of an emergency, something like that, which is directly created by the site plan. But to give an example of something that would not fall under that, it would be the concerns with the safety of parking spaces backing out onto the street, because that is specifically permitted by the redevelopment plan. It actually says that those are permitted. So aside from the fact that the applicant presented testimony by a traffic expert, the governing body chose to permit that. So the board has no authority to determine now that it's unsafe.
And I believe a condition would also be that the borough's stormwater infrastructure that's checked thoroughly, and we make sure that.
Yes, so one of the conditions that I had written down in a prior hearing, and this may have come from Chris's report, is the applicant agreed to perform an inspection of the borough's stormwater system, and connected to that would be the applicant paying a pro rata share of any necessary repairs. That's a pretty standard condition.
Okay.
And then, not conditions, but, recommendations. I know that's what this board's
Mhm.
basically one power is here that could be listened to or not listened to, but at least it's voiced during our decision.
Well, there are certain stipulations that the applicant made during the course of all these hearings, and I can run quickly through my notes. I think that would help. So compliance with the review letters by the board professionals and the appropriate borough agencies that issued them. Like I said, inspection of the borough system. Contractors will not store vehicles loaded with soil, manure, et cetera, in the vehicle storage lot. All contractor vehicles in the vehicle storage lot to be registered and operable. A lighting review after 6 months of operation. The applicant, I think they may have addressed this already, but they agreed to work with Mr. Statiel to see if the corner of the self-storage building near the trash enclosure could be adjusted to improve site distance. And I know we touched on that tonight. They agreed to install bollards along the perimeters of the vehicle storage lot. They agreed to remove the sign on the western elevation and lower the one on the south elevation to a compliant height. As Mr. Tuvell mentioned tonight, they would be willing to work in good faith with Mr. Statiel to explore whether a green roof would be feasible. And I know Mr. Tuvell mentioned some additional plantings. I think that was by the self-storage building.
No, on the,
The vehicle storage.
The first meeting on the vehicle storage lot, one of the neighbors on the other side of the brook had asked if we could add some additional plantings around the perimeter, and we agreed that we would do that.
Thank you. And those are all the ones that I wrote down.
Okay.
Was there some agreement on the windows which face the residential side of the building?
I know there was a discussion about it,
With
but
the
I think
architect.
the concern was more with the sign, with the height and the illumination being a disturbance to the neighbors.
Okay.
I think that was the stipulation.
Wasn't there also a concern, or there was a recommendation to come up with a plan for management of the vehicles during a storm? So, management of removal of them? So a plan had to be prepared?
Is that a suggestion, or I don't think it was a condition?
I thought it was discussed that there was going to be something.
Don't recall that was a stipulation,
Oh,
but
okay.
But it could be a suggestion, correct?
I think we talked about there being a protocol in terms of how they're alerted if there's like a flood or
Yeah, something to
But
get
we
them
could
out.
put something in writing as to what occurs, you know, how they alert the people that are using those spaces. We could put something like that in writing, provide it to the borough, that's fine.
So that's a protocol for evacuation of the vehicle storage lot in the event of a flood?
What occurs in terms of warning, we talked about that, yes, that's fine.
Isn't there that the proposed building to be demolished on the lot, 1209? It's
Well,
part
I
of the
think that's
application.
because it's part of the plan. It's.
I know, but sometimes people change their mind and want to keep a building and then a parking lot. I don't know. Just, I'd feel better having the resolution say
Sure.
that the removal of the building on 1209.
Sure.
So this would all be the conditions of approving or not approving the site plan, but are you saying, to Stephen's point, the board can also make suggestions with which the applicant doesn't have to adhere to, but we can still offer suggestions beyond that?
Yeah, you can
Yeah.
do that one of two ways. You can offer suggestions and ask the applicant to respond, or you can just.
Offer suggestions generally. Okay. I'll just say historically, we're not talking about this tonight, but when other projects have come before us in this area, the board has made many, many, many suggestions and recommendations. It was not ultimately our decision for what went in there, but the board had very strong feelings on that at one time. So, yes.
I think there was a recommendation to increase the brick percentage or for the building as a recommendation.
I think they fulfilled their 60%.
No, I know.
Yeah.
That's
Well,
why.
then we get overridden because that's what's in the ordinance.
I know. It was just mentioned as a recommendation.
As a recommendation. Doesn't have to be adhered to.
Yeah, and still mad he got hoodwinked on the original rendering.
Board, any other thoughts or suggestions? In addition to those conditions that we've just discussed. I know this is probably not feasible for the applicant, but I'm going to ask that they consider the circulation plan moving onto Piermont from Prospect. I know that that's probably not feasible for them, but I'm going to offer that as a suggestion because it's been raised by the church and residents of the church. Anyone else?
So that was a recommendation.
That's a recommendation. I'd like you to consider that, yes. Tom, anything else you think we missed?
You guys covered most of it. I think there was testimony that discussed what types of vehicles and equipment will be stored on the vehicle storage lot. So on the one hand, the term vehicle storage is defined, but I think the applicant discussed, again, the types of vehicles and equipment. So I don't know if it'd be a condition per se, but just that to be in accordance, with the applicant's testimony. Just going through the list here.
I think that was covered in the amended August 2024.
Well, again, it's defined, but I think they provided further descriptions about what was there. This one's a little off in left field, but the board, when it was doing its reexamination report, had discussed having contiguous public access along the brook. So if that's something the applicant would be okay. There's already a 25-foot, I think, sewer easement back there, so.
So
you could walk
we
back.
can all
It's
get
something to
wet
consider.
together.
I guess. That was in the memo, so I'm not springing it on anyone. But beyond that, I think everyone's captured the issues at this point.
Okay, thank you. So do you have that all, Allison? You ready for?
I do. Before you ask for a vote, I would like to confirm that all of the board members preparing to vote have either attended all the hearings or have read the transcripts or listened to the recordings. to be eligible.
Councilwoman Chohini, excuse me, missed September 11th, but she did watch the video and she did sign that she did do so. All other members were present for all meetings.
Thank you, Tom.
Okay, so board, at this time, if a member's ready, we'll take a motion on this application.
Motion
Motion, Councilwoman Choi, what's your motion? To accept or deny?
to accept.
With the conditions as specified by our attorney? Is that okay, Allison? Okay. Do we have a second?
Second.
Okay, Mr. Friedman.
Vice Chair Reardon?
Well, I do agree that, the whole point of this redevelopment was to protect the C1 waterway from the original garbage trucks. And now we're putting parking closer than the garbage trucks were adjacent onto it. But again, the mayor and council have approved that as a use, and there's nothing I could say about it. So aside from that, everything we've suggested would steer us towards, yes, approve the site plan as recommended.
Mr. Alter?
I still have some safety issues with the storage of the different types of vehicles and the fact that they could contain toxic chemicals. I know the applicant stated they're not going to allow vehicles with toxic chemicals, but there was no plan on how to monitor these toxic chemicals going in and out. If a landscaping truck pulls in the evening filled with contaminated soil, you have no control over that. And as a safety issue, especially with the church close by and water runoff from those chemicals, I'm going to have to vote no.
Mr. Friedman?
Yes.
Mr. Grebe?
We are, as a board, constrained, and I do believe that the applicant has met its burden here. And I'm not going to say that I don't have any concerns, but I do believe they've met their burden, so I'm going to vote yes.
Mr. Hipp?
Yes.
Council Liaison Shohei-Muk?
Yes.
Chairwoman Case?
Yes, we have a very legally prescribed role here as a board, and we have to see whether they've met the requirements of the redevelopment plan, and with our conditions, they have met them. This will require, we're asking enforcement from the town, and that I think the church continues to reach out and dialogue with the town as needed. If you need traffic signs, if there's something you find you need, parking, please keep communicating with the town. This was not the board's choice, but we have to do our legal role here, and that's our role, so thank you. Yes.
Motion's passed.
Say hello to Chris.
We're still in
Say
session,
hello
so
to Chris.
we're still on.
Thank you, everyone from the public. We're still on the air, so we're going to let everyone clear out for a moment or two.
Say hello to Nikki for me.
And we're on the air, so send her out.
So nice to you.
I don't know how many votes
Make sure they don't take the cable. By accident?
Is there a date on it?
Okay, thank you, Board. This has been a very long night for all of you, and your efforts are very much appreciated. I have to open again.
Excuse us, this meeting's still ongoing.
Richard, we're still on, so you guys please talk in the hall. You understand if you want to talk, just do it in the hall. Is there anyone from the public that would like to address the board on any other issues that we haven't discussed tonight? Seeing, well, Richard sat down, so we're good. Seeing none, I'll close the meeting to the public. Tanya, any discussion items for us? So we're giving everyone a break for Thanksgiving week, and our next meeting will be December 11th, right here, 7:30 in council chambers. I want to thank Ms. Gazzetta for representing us all throughout this hearing. Knowing you were here tremendously helped us. Mr. Barron's, as always, Mr. Statiel, Tanya, and
Our
we
stenographer
had
saving the
an assistant stenographer. So we really appreciate that, and everybody always puts their most into their thoughtful responses here. So thank you. Do I have a motion to adjourn?
Motion.
Everyone.
Everyone.
Thank you, everybody. Thank you.